Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
This was supposed to be a normal work trip. Just another long drive, another cheap room off the interstate, another night of bad pillows and cable TV humming in the background. I am not the kind of person who scares easy. I have slept in motels where the carpet was sticky, where you could hear couples screaming through the walls, where the front desk clerk checked me in with one eye open like he had not slept in 3 days. As long as the door shut, the lock clicked, and there was a bed and a shower, I never really cared. That changed on a Tuesday night just off I-81 outside a small city in Virginia. The hotel was nothing special. You have probably driven past 100 just like it this year alone. Faded red inn sign buzzing over a half-empty parking lot. Sodium orange lights washing over a couple pickup trucks, a white van, and my car. Inside the lobby smelled like burnt coffee and lemon cleaner. The guy at the front desk barely looked up from his phone as he handed me a key card and said almost proudly, "You'll pretty much have the whole 3rd floor to yourself tonight." At the time, that sounded like a good thing. I went through the usual routine, throw my suitcase on the rack, scroll my phone for a bit, let the TV fill the silence with some late-night show, triple-check the deadbolt and the swing bar on the door. I remember thinking how quiet it was up there. No kids running in the hall, no doors slamming, no ice bucket lids clattering. Just the low drone of the air conditioner and the distant hiss of highway traffic. I fell asleep thinking it would be just another forgettable night in just another forgettable room. Until I woke up in the dark, opened my eyes and realized there was a man standing over my suitcase, inside my locked room, calmly telling me he was housekeeping and that he thought my room was empty. One, a normal drive to Roanoke. I always feel like I should start this kind of story with some dramatic moment, like the exact second everything went wrong. But the truth is, the worst night of my life started the same way a lot of my weeks do, with an email from my boss telling me I had to be in a different state for some mandatory training, and a map app telling me it would be about 8 hours, depending on traffic. I live in Columbus, Ohio. I am in my mid-30s. I work a perfectly average office job in logistics, and I hate flying in a way that feels stupid every time I say it out loud. I fly if I absolutely have to, but if there is a way to get somewhere in under 10 hours by car, I am usually the idiot with the coffee cup and the GPS watching the miles tick by. That week, the destination was Roanoke, Virginia. Some 2-day training on new software, the kind of thing my company likes to dress up with buzzwords and free donuts. I took one look at the flight options and the price and said, "I'll just drive." My boss shrugged. "Keep your gas receipts," he told me, and that was that. I left Columbus a little after 9 in the morning, sky overcast but bright, the kind of gray that feels like it is sitting right on top of the buildings. The city traffic pushed me along I-70 East, the usual mix of commuters and trucks. My car is a 5-year-old sedan with a coffee stain in the cup holder and a rattle somewhere in the passenger door I have given up trying to fix. I had a thermos of gas station coffee in the cup holder and a playlist of classic rock on low, mostly to keep me from thinking too much. I used to think the worst part about travel was bad coffee and thin walls. I remember thinking, watching the skyline flatten out into farmland as Columbus dropped away in the rearview mirror. The miles rolled by. I passed the usual landmarks, the outlet malls, the big billboards for injury lawyers and adult stores, the half-abandoned small towns clinging to the side of the interstate like someone forgot to remove them. Trucks roared past their trailers, shoving air against my car. Every time I drifted an inch too far, the rumble strip growled under my tires, a hard reminder to pay attention. By late morning, I was in that part of Ohio where the scenery is just variations of brown and gray in winter, or 100 shades of green in summer. That day, it was early fall, the trees just starting to change small bursts of red and orange at the edges of the forest. The sky stayed flat and low like a lid. I switched on to I-77 South near Cambridge, following the signs toward West Virginia. The road got hillier, the air through the cracked window cooler. My playlist faded into background noise, guitars, drums, voices I had heard 1,000 times. In between songs, I listened to the sound of the road itself, the steady hiss of the tires on pavement, the occasional slap of a seam in the asphalt, the soft rattle from the door. Somewhere near the Ohio-West Virginia line, I pulled off for gas. It was one of those older stations with a faded canopy and a convenience store that smelled like diesel burnt coffee and something fried. The kind of place where the floor tiles are always a little sticky and the cooler doors never quite close all the way. I filled the tank under the hum of the fluorescent lights, watching trucks pull in and out, idling with their engines grumbling. A semi next to me was running the whole time, sending out waves of heat that distorted the air. Inside the store, a TV was playing a daytime talk show, too loud, so the host's laughter echoed against the glass front refrigerators. I bought another coffee anyway, even though the pot on the burner looked like it had been started before sunrise. Back on the highway, the hills got steeper, the road curving more. I crossed the bridge over the Ohio River, the water below flat and opaque in the dull light, and suddenly I was in West Virginia. The signs changed, more warnings about steep grades, runaway truck ramps, and rock slides. The trees closed in. Passing lanes came and went, marked by big white signs telling slow traffic to keep right. Rain started as a mist first, then a light drizzle that the wipers smeared across the windshield in a slow, rhythmic arc. Thump, thump, thump. Each pass of the blades was another second gone, another stretch of wet pavement disappearing under the car. The radio turned to local stations as my playlist ran out. Country Christian rock classic hits the usual mix. I let one station play quietly, a DJ talking about Friday night football games and some fundraiser at a church. At some point in the early afternoon, I pulled into a Walmart parking lot on the edge of a little town whose name I barely registered. I parked near the back where the big light poles stood like sentries over a sea of pickup trucks and minivans. The air smelled like hot asphalt and distant fried food from a fast food place across the street. Inside, under the glaring lights, I walked the aisles, half on autopilot, travel-sized toothpaste, a pack of socks, because I had forgotten to pack enough a bag of beef jerky for the road. Standing in line, I realized how tired I already was. Not the kind of tired where you can just blast music and roll the window down and power through. The kind that sits behind your eyes and makes the world look a little softer at the edges. I did the math in my head: a few more hours to get into Virginia, then at least another 1 or 2 to Roanoke, if everything went perfectly. On the road again, the daylight started to tilt. The sky took on that golden gray color it gets before sunset in the mountains. I merged onto I-81 South, eventually following the flow of trucks and out-of-state plates. This stretch of road always feels the same to me: long, repetitive, the same gas logos on the exit signs, the same chain restaurants, the same generic lodging 0.3 mi symbols, promising a bed and a shower and not much else. Traffic thickened for a while, then opened again. The rumble strip grumbled under my tires more often as my focus slipped. I blinked harder to keep my eyes clear. A couple of times I caught myself staring at nothing, the lines on the road blurring into one long white ribbon under the headlights. My phone docked near the dash chimed softly with a notification from the map app, heavy traffic detected ahead. Add 24 minutes to your route. The little blue line snaked red and orange near Roanoke. I felt my shoulders sag. Yeah, no, I muttered. I'm not doing this whole thing in one go. The next blue sign loomed up on the right. Gas. Food. Lodging. Under it, familiar logos glowed: McDonald's Waffle House, a generic gas brand, and in plain white letters on a blue panel, Inn. It promised exactly what I wanted: a place to stop, to get horizontal, to not worry about semi-trucks or rain or rumble strips for at least a few hours. Just one night at some cheap place like 100 other nights on the road. I put my blinker on and took the exit. The ramp curved gently down toward a cluster of low buildings washed in the sickly orange of sodium streetlights. To the left, a McDonald's sign flickered. To the right, the familiar yellow and black Waffle House sign buzzed above a half-full parking lot. Behind it, a narrow access road led to a squat, two-story hotel with an L-shaped footprint and a fading red LED sign that simply read, Inn. Some of the letters were dimmer than others, so it pulsed unevenly in the growing dark. The parking lot in front of it was mostly empty. A couple of pickup trucks sat near the entrance, one with a ladder rack, another with a toolbox built into the bed. A white cargo van was parked along the fence line, its windows in the back painted over. One silver sedan, not unlike mine, was tucked into a spot near the far corner under a light that flickered just enough to make the shadows jump. It looked like 100 other places I had stayed. Old, a little tired, but not outright disgusting. The kind of hotel you do not remember a week later. I turned into the lot, the tires crunching lightly over gravel near the edge of the pavement, and found a spot not too far from the lobby doors. As I shifted into park and killed the engine, the sudden quiet inside the car made the outside sounds sharper. The faint hiss of the highway behind the building, the buzzing of the sign, the muffled clatter of dishes from the Waffle House kitchen. I sat there for a moment, with my hands still on the wheel, feeling the ache in my back and the stiffness in my legs. A normal work trip, a normal long drive, a normal cheap hotel off a random exit. I had no way of knowing I had just pulled into the place that would make me afraid of every hotel hallway for the rest of my life. 1.2 check-in at the quiet end of the hall. The automatic doors sighed open as I walked toward the lobby, my overnight bag slung over one shoulder. That first breath of hotel air hit me the way it always does, too cold, too processed, and full of smells that did not go together. Inside the lobby was lit by harsh, flat white neon that made everything look a little more tired than it probably was. The ceiling panels were yellowed around the vents, and the tile floor had the kind of shine that comes from being mopped, too often, with too strong a cleaner. The air smelled like burnt coffee lemon disinfectant, and something vaguely sweet and stale underneath, like old syrup. To the right, the breakfast area was a small corner with a couple of plastic tables, 4 stackable chairs, and a counter with a dusty waffle iron that had seen better days. A metal juice dispenser with fogged plastic sides stood empty, the orange label peeling at the edges. There were paper signs taped up everywhere listing the breakfast hours, the Wi-Fi password, and the usual reminders about smoking fines and lost keys. On the wall above the tables, a TV was mounted tuned to ESPN. A basketball game replay flickered in silence, players running in slow motion, while the closed captions tried to keep up. Without sound, the whole thing felt strange, like watching ghosts reenact a game no one cared about anymore. The front desk stretched along the opposite wall, laminate surface, computer monitor, cheap potted plant. A sheet of plexiglass rose up from the counter, held in place by metal brackets, with a small cutout at the bottom for cards and receipts to slide through. Behind it, under the white light, a young guy in his 20s was hunched over his phone. When he heard the doors open, he glanced up, took in the sight of one solitary traveler with a bag, and straightened like he had rehearsed it. He tucked his phone away, pushed his shoulders back, and tried on a professional smile. "Hey," he said, his voice sounding a little too loud in the empty lobby. Checking in. "Yeah," I said, setting my bag down near my feet. "Just for one night." His name tag was pinned crookedly to his shirt, the plastic flipped a little to the side. Caleb, black letters on white. He was wearing a button-down shirt like the ones you see in employee dress codes, but underneath it, the hood of a dark sweatshirt peeked out. He looked like he had started the evening one person and then layered his work identity on top. How many nights, he asked anyway, fingers already on the keyboard. Just the one, I repeated. Checking out in the morning. I have training in Roanoke. He nodded like that explained everything, eyes flicking back and forth between the screen and whatever system they use for reservations. Any pets smoking or non-smoking, he went on. No pets non-smoking, I said. Just me. License plate, he asked. For the car out there. Ohio plate, I said, and rattled off the number. He typed it in the clack of the keys, echoing in the too quiet room. While he worked, I glanced around. No one else was in the lobby. The coffee station near the wall held a glass pot with a dark, glossy film at the bottom and a stack of styrofoam cups beside it. A sign above it promised 24-hour coffee for our guests, but the smell suggested it had not been changed in a while. One of the plastic chairs in the breakfast area was turned slightly away from the table like someone had gotten up quickly and never straightened it back. All right, Caleb said, pulling my attention back. Got you for one night king bed non-smoking. Rate is, he quoted a number that was neither surprisingly cheap nor outrageous. We're pretty dead tonight, he added, and there was a tiny note of relief in his voice like he worked better when there were fewer people. You'll have almost the whole third floor to yourself. He said it like a selling point. At the time, it sounded like one. That sounds good, I said. I could use some quiet. He smiled more genuinely at that and slid a plastic keycard out of a small stack beside the keyboard. He slipped it into a cardboard sleeve with the hotel's generic logo and scribbled 327 on it with a ballpoint pen. Elevators just around that corner, he said, gesturing past the plexiglass toward a short hallway. Ice machine on 3. Wi-Fi passwords on your key holder. Checkout is 11. If you need anything, dial 0. He talked in that patterned rhythm people get when they have said the same thing 100 times already tonight and expect to say it 100 more. I slid my card through the gap in the plexiglass and took the keycard sleeve from him. The plastic edge felt slightly sticky, like it had been handled a lot. Thanks, I said. You live around here? He shrugged, already half turned back to his screen. Yeah, not far. This place doesn't get too crazy, he said. Weeknights are usually pretty quiet. Quiet. Third floor to myself. At that point, none of those words were warning signs, just bonuses. The hallway toward the elevator was lined with those framed prints. Hotels seemed to order in bulk landscapes that were too generic to belong to anywhere real. The elevator itself sat in a small alcove. The call button glowed dimly when I pressed it, and somewhere inside the shaft, machinery groaned to life. When the doors slid open, a faint wave of cold, stale air rolled out at me. The inside of the elevator was covered in brushed metal panels that had been dented in places, the kind of dents that happen when people move luggage equipment, or maybe themselves more violently than they should. Someone had scratched initials into one corner. The floor had a thin, worn carpet with a pattern so busy it almost hid the stains. I stepped in, hit the button for 3, and felt the elevator shudder once before beginning its slow climb. The smell inside was a blend of old cigarette smoke, industrial cleaner, and something like cheap cologne that had never quite left the space. As the doors closed, the lobby and the white light and ESPN vanished with them, replaced by my reflection in the dull stainless steel. The elevator chimed with a muted ding as it arrived at the 3rd floor, and the doors opened onto a hallway that felt instantly different from the lobby. The lighting was softer but more yellow, the fluorescent tubes humming behind frosted plastic covers. The carpet here was a floral pattern in reds and browns, worn down in the center by countless rolling suitcases and housekeeping carts. I stepped out and listened. Silence. Not the complete silence of an empty building. There was always that background murmur of the HVAC and the faint, constant whine of electricity, but no voices, no TV noise leaking under doors, no footsteps. The hallway stretched away from the elevator in both directions, lined with identical doors. To my right, the corridor ended in a red exit sign glowing above a fire door. To my left, a longer stretch, but Caleb had written 327, and the arrow under the number plate pointed toward the exit. As I walked, my shoes sank a little into the carpet, soft, but with a feeling of grit underneath the fibers. My keycard sleeve crinkled faintly in my hand. On the wall, a framed safety evacuation map showed a simple outline of the floor with a red, "You are here" dot near the elevator and a small arrow pointing to the stairwells at either end. My room was nearly at the dead end by the far stairs. There were 3 other doors near the end of that hall. All of them had "Do Not Disturb" signs hanging from their handles, swinging slightly in the air conditioning draft. It was strange, I thought, that an almost empty hotel had 3 rooms all telling the world to stay away. I told myself it was nothing. Business travelers, night shift workers, people like me just wanting to be left alone. My door was the last one before the exit stairwell. The plaque on the wall beside it read 327 in raised brass numbers. The keycard reader was set into the handle, a small LED light glowing dull red. I slid the card through the slot. It beeped once, a quick electronic chirp that sounded too loud in the silence, and the light flashed green. There was a heavier clunk as the lock released. I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The room beyond was exactly the kind of room you picture when you think of a cheap interstate hotel, not filthy, not luxurious, just tired. A king-size bed with a brown floral bedspread took up most of the space against one wall, 2 pillows stacked a little off-center. Above the headboard hung a framed print of some vague mountain scene in muted colors. Across from the bed, a long, fake wood dresser held an older flat-screen TV. A small desk was pressed against the wall by the window, its laminate surface nicked and scarred. A padded desk chair sat slightly pulled back, not quite facing the desk, but turned off to the side as if someone had stood quickly and forgot to push it in. Under the window, an aging HVAC unit hummed, rattling faintly with each cycle. Heavy curtains patterned to match the bedspread were drawn shut, but a thin line of orange sodium light from the parking lot bled through at the edges. A mini fridge in the corner next to the dresser buzzed and clicked, the compressor kicking on and off in uneven bursts. The air smelled like a mix of cleaning products and something human underneath the sour trace of old sweat that had soaked into fabrics over time. It was not overwhelming, just present enough that I noticed it and then tried not to. There were small details that did not quite line up with the idea of a freshly cleaned, untouched room. The TV remote lay in the middle of the bed instead of on the nightstand. One of the closet doors, a mirrored sliding panel near the entrance, was open just an inch, reflecting a narrow sliver of the room. The desk chair, like I had noticed, was not centered. It had that feeling of a place where someone had been recently, but where the surface had been quickly smoothed over for the next person. I set my bag on the luggage rack near the bathroom door and let the door swing shut behind me. It closed with a soft thud. I turned, reached out, and engaged the deadbolt. There was a solid click as it slid into place, a reassuring sound I had heard in hundreds of rooms before. Above the handle, the metal swing bar hung from its bracket. I lifted it, felt its weight in my hand, and set it across into the catch on the frame. Another little click. Somewhere down the hallway, faint but clear, the ice machine rattled to life, the sound of cubes dropping into a bin hollow and sharp in the distance. The noise carried through the walls and ceiling in an odd way, like it was happening in the room next door and down the hall at the same time. I tossed my keycard onto the dresser, grabbed the TV remote off the bed, and hit the power button. The screen flicked on, filling the room with a washed-out glow. A commercial was playing some ad for a sleep aid, all soft voices and blue visuals promising a peaceful night's rest if you just took the right pills. The irony did not register at the time. I turned the volume down to a low murmur, just loud enough to make the room feel less empty. The HVAC rattled, then settled into a steady hum. The mini fridge clicked again. I could hear the faint hiss of the highway through the walls like a distant ocean. It was all so familiar. The smells, the sounds, the textures. A cheap room off an exit I would forget in a town I would never really see. I remember thinking as I sat down on the edge of the bed and worked my shoes off, that I was grateful for the quiet. No kids running past the door, no loud neighbors, no constant slamming. Just me, my bag, and the thin walls. Looking back, it is that feeling that unsettles me the most. How normal it all seemed, even with those tiny, out-of-place details. How easy it was to lock the door, flip the swing bar, and trust that a green light and a metal click were enough to keep the rest of the world on the other side. 1.3. The first beep at the door. I did what I always do when I am too tired to be adventurous about dinner. I walked back down the little access road to the Waffle House. The place was doing a slow trade when I stepped in. A couple of guys in work boots sat at the counter hunched over plates of eggs and hash browns. A bored-looking waitress was refilling napkin dispensers, the jukebox in the corner, playing something tinny and old. The air smelled like butter bacon grease and coffee that had been on the burner since sometime before I left Ohio. I ordered to go. A Texas cheesesteak melt and hash browns all the way, because why not rot my arteries if I was already wrecking my sleep? While I waited, I texted my girlfriend a picture of the neon sign through the window captioned, "Guess where?" She replied almost immediately, "You and your Waffle House." "Hotel decent," I wrote back. Hotel is nothing special, just a bed and a lock. At the time, that was all I thought I needed. Back in the room, I set the white foam container on the desk, flicked the TV to some late-night show for background noise, and ate while a host made jokes about politics and celebrity scandals. Grease pooled in the corners of the container. The food was salty and heavy and perfect in that particular disgusting way that only exists on road trips. After I ate, I tossed the trash in the small can by the desk and washed my hands in the bathroom sink, the water running a little rusty for a second before it cleared. The mirror over the sink was slightly cloudy around the edges, like the silvering was starting to go. My face looked tired in it. Not haunted, not doomed, just like a guy who had been driving all day. I called my girlfriend on video before bed, more out of routine than anything. The connection wavered in and out over the hotel Wi-Fi, her voice sometimes lagging behind her lips. She was curled up on our couch, back home blanket over her legs, TV on in the background. "See not a murder motel," I said, flipping the camera to show her the room, the bed, the desk, the beige walls. She laughed. "That's exactly what a murder motel looks like," she said. "Don't show me any stains. I don't want to know." "It's fine," I insisted. "Hotel is nothing special. Just me and like 3 other ghosts on this floor." She rolled her eyes. "Very funny. Text me when you wake up," she said. "Seriously. I worry when you do these late drives. I'll text you," I promised. "Love you." "Love you too," she said, and the call ended with her face frozen for half a second in a smile before the screen went black. I plugged my phone into the charger by the bed, set the alarm for 7:00 a.m., and turned off the main lights. The TV stayed on volume low, painting the room in flickering blue and white. Some infomercial was playing now, a too cheerful voice talking about miracle cookware. The HVAC unit under the window hummed steadily, exhaling cool air that smelled faintly of dust. I lay back on the bed, still wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and pulled the top corner of the bedspread over my legs. The sheets felt clean enough rough from too many washes, but not gritty. I stared at the ceiling for a while, watching the shifting light from the TV, listening to the hum of the AC, the faint buzz of electricity in the walls. Outside, beyond the heavy curtains, the highway whispered. Every now and then, a truck's engine would rise and fall as it climbed a grade or downshifted toward the exit. Closer in the hallway, there was nothing. No doors opening or closing, no voices, no footsteps. Just the building itself, breathing in that quiet, mechanical way. Eventually, my eyes got heavy. The sounds blurred together, TV murmur, AC hum, distant traffic. My brain loosened its grip on conscious thought. I remember rolling onto my side, facing the dark shape of the desk and the faint digital clock on the microwave by the mini fridge. 11:54 p.m. The next clear thing in my memory is the time 12:32 a.m., glowing in sharp green digits on my phone screen when my eyes snapped open. I did not know why I woke up at first. For a few seconds, I lay there in that disoriented fog where you do not remember what city you are in, what bed you are in, or why your neck hurts. The TV was still on volume low, some late-night commercial playing with people smiling too hard. The light in the room was softer now, more blue than white. Then I realized what was different. The AC wasn't humming. The steady white noise that had been filling the room had cut off at some point while I slept, and the silence it left behind was thick and strange. It was like when a refrigerator shuts off, and you suddenly become aware of how loud it had been, only multiplied, because this was the only sound the room had. Without it, every creak and tick of the building stood out. I held my breath without meaning to listening. For a moment, there was nothing but the barely audible hiss from the TV and the faint buzz of the overhead light in the entryway. My heart started to beat a little faster, not from fear exactly, but from the unnatural stillness. And then in that silence, I heard it. A high electronic beep from the door. It was a sound I had heard 1,000 times in hotels, the quick confirmation tone of a keycard swipe, but in the dead quiet of that moment, it seemed sharp enough to cut. Beep. A fraction of a second later, there was the heavier mechanical clunk of the lock releasing. Metal sliding something inside the door, shifting. It echoed in the room in a way it did not when you are the one opening the door. I was on my back now, staring straight toward the dark outline of the door across the room. I could not see the handle from the bed, but I could hear it. The soft, metallic squeak as it turned slow and deliberate. The slight whisper of the latch withdrawing. The door opened inward a few inches, the light from the hallway spilling into the room in a narrow, crooked wedge that cut across the carpet. The yellowish glow of the corridor made the interior of the room look suddenly darker, the shadows heavier. The door moved until it met the swing bar. There was a dull, padded thud as the edge of the door hit the metal arm and stopped. Not a slam, not a surprised collision, just a careful push until it could not go further. I knew that sound. I had accidentally done the same thing myself in other hotels when I forgot the bar was set. You push, the door goes as far as the swing will allow, and then it stops. But this time, I was not the one pushing. The handle eased back. The door held that tiny gap just enough for the slice of hallway light to remain. The bar flexed slightly, casting a trembling shadow on the carpet. I did not move. I did not speak. My breaths came shallow, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, loud and arrhythmic. I watched that wedge of light and waited for a shape to appear in it. A shoe, a leg, a hand. I waited to hear a voice say, "Sorry, wrong room," the way it does when a drunk guest misreads their key sleeve and laughs it off. Nothing. No voice. No shuffle of feet. No hurried apology or retreating tread on the carpet outside. Just the open gap, the hum of the exit sign down the hall, and my own pulse thudding against my ribs. The seconds stretched out long and unnatural. My eyes started to water from not blinking. Then, as slowly as it had opened, the door began to move back. The strip of light slid across the floor like someone was erasing it with a ruler. The swing bar relaxed, falling back flush against the frame with a soft, metallic tick. The latch slipped back into place. The handle clicked to its neutral position, the faint squeak of its internal spring sounding almost apologetic. The door closed fully. A moment later, there was that quieter internal click of the deadbolt returning to its locked position, a sound I had always found comforting. Now it sounded like a question. I waited another 30 seconds, counting them in my head, too afraid to move. 10, 20, 30. Nothing broke the silence. The AC stayed off, making the room feel more tightly sealed. Finally, I reached over and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. My fingers felt clumsy on the screen. I found the number for the front desk, printed on the little folder that held my keycard. Dial 0 for assistance. I hit 0. The phone rang twice before Caleb picked up. "Front desk," he said, his voice flatter now, like the night had worn some of the forced cheer off of him. Hey," I said, my own voice sounding too loud in the room. "This is, the guy in 327. Someone just tried to come into my room." A pause. I could hear a faint, scratchy sound in the background on his end. Maybe a TV, maybe a radio. "What do you mean, tried?" he asked. "I mean, I woke up," I said. My AC shut off, and then I heard the lock beep, like the keycard beep, and then the door opened until it hit the swing bar. Whoever it was just stood there. They didn't say anything. Then they closed the door again. Another pause. I imagined him looking at a monitor, trying to piece together what I was saying. "No one should be up there," he said finally. "I haven't checked anybody in on your floor since you. Housekeeping's gone for the day. Maintenance too. Maybe someone got the wrong door." In the middle of the night, I asked. Without saying anything, they used a key. "I don't see anyone on the camera right now," he said, and his voice got this tightness to it that made me think he was telling the truth, at least about his current view. "Sometimes the angles miss a little. Look, can you just make sure your deadbolt's on? I'll keep an eye on it." "It is on," I said automatically, glancing at the door like I could see through it. The swing bar caught it. That's what stopped them. "Good," he said. "If it happens again, call me right away. If you feel unsafe, I can move you down closer to the lobby." I thought about dragging my stuff back down to the second floor or the first, and sleeping above the ice machine in the breakfast area. The idea of going back into that hallway right then, though, felt worse. "I'll be okay," I lied. "Just, yeah. Please watch the camera." "I will," he said. "Sorry about that, man." The dial tone hit my ear a second after he hung up. I had forgotten how abrupt that sound was in a hotel room harsh final. I set the receiver back down, and for a beat, all I heard was that empty electronic hum. As if on cue, the mini fridge in the corner decided to kick its compressor back on. The sudden whir and clunk of it made me flinch harder than I want to admit. The TV murmured about side effects and fine print. The building creaked somewhere overhead. I sat there on the side of the bed phone in my hand, staring at the door. Part of me wanted to ignore it and force myself back to sleep. To chalk it up to a drunk guest, a staff mistake, anything ordinary. Another part of me needed to see the hallway with my own eyes to prove to myself that it was just a door and a corridor and nothing else. I got up, padded across the carpet in bare feet, and stopped a few inches from the door. I didn't touch the handle yet. Instead, I leaned in and pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway outside was empty. The fisheye lens warped the lines of the walls and carpet, but there was no one in either direction. Just the patterned floor, the closed doors, and the red exit sign glowing at the very end. No footsteps, no cart, no shadow. I stood there a few seconds longer, listening. Nothing. Satisfied enough to at least pretend this was normal, I backed away and turned toward the bed. I had taken 2 steps when a small, simple fact hit me with a jolt that went all the way down my spine. I looked back at the door. The deadbolt was engaged. The indicator on the lock showed red, but the swing bar was hanging loose at its side. In my rush to look through the peephole, I had flipped it off the catch and never set it back. 2:17 a.m. and the corner of the room. I did lie back down after that first call to the front desk. I told myself the same story Caleb had tried to tell me: someone got the wrong room drunk or half asleep, realized their mistake, and left. I told myself that if there was anything more to it, he would have seen it on the camera. I told myself that I was overreacting, that if I stayed awake for every weird noise in every cheap hotel I stayed in, I would never sleep again. I pulled the swing bar down, almost angrily, making sure this time it sat firmly in its bracket. I checked the deadbolt even though I had just watched it click. Red indicator. Locked. Then I turned the TV up a couple of notches. Not enough to bother anyone. If there even was anyone, just enough to put some sound back into the room. An old sitcom rerun was on now, laugh track trickling through the tinny speakers. People on the screen were laughing at something I could not be bothered to follow. The canned laughter rose and fell, artificial and hollow. The AC rattled back to life, a low mechanical cough, before the familiar whoosh of cold air poured into the room again. The background noise settled over everything like a blanket. The silence that had woken me up in the first place dissolved into the steady hum. I lay there on my back, eyes open, staring at the contoured ceiling. My pulse, which had been pounding, began to slow. The strangeness of the moment at the door started to feel smaller with each minute that passed, without anything else happening. My body, still exhausted from the drive, dragged me down. At some point, I drifted off again. It felt like I had barely closed my eyes when I opened them again, but my phone screen told a different story. 2:17 a.m. The numbers glowed cold and sharp in the dark, a little island of green light on the nightstand. The sitcom was gone. The TV was still on, but the channel must have rolled into late-night filler. A blue-tinted commercial played silently, promising low interest rates or miracle health supplements, I could not tell which. The room was full of that particular TV glow that makes everything look slightly unreal, like a bad dream. The AC was off again. The sudden awareness hit me all at once. The air was still heavier than it should have been, like the room had been sealed up for a long time. The faint hum of the unit had been cut off mid-breath, leaving behind a kind of static quiet. I could hear the creak of the building settling the distant whisper of highway noise and nothing else. The second thing I realized was that I was not staring at the ceiling. I was looking straight across the room toward the corner by the desk. For a few seconds, my mind refused to organize what my eyes were giving it. The shapes were wrong, the shadows layered in a way that did not match what they should have been. The desk, the chair, the open duffel bag on the luggage rack, they had all been in their proper places when I fell asleep. Now there was something else there. In the corner where the desk met the wall, just to the right of the chair, a darker shape rose up against the dim TV light. It stood taller than the back of the chair, blocking out part of the blue glow on the wall behind it. It was too solid, too vertical to be a trick of the curtain or the furniture. In that first instant, my brain did what brains always do when they are confronted with something that does not fit. It tried to make it into something safe. A jacket hanging from the chair, I thought. Maybe I threw my hoodie over it and forgot. A pile of clothes or my bag stacked at a weird angle. The shadow of the lamp distorted by the TV. Every explanation flickered through me and died when the shape moved. It was not much, a subtle shift, the kind of slight adjustment someone makes when their legs start to ache from standing too long. The top of it angled an inch toward the desk, toward the open mouth of my duffel bag. That tiny motion was enough to rip away the last of the dream haze. I was awake, fully, terribly awake. The air felt colder now, but not the clean, dry cold of the AC. It was a damp chill that sat on my skin, raising goosebumps along my arms and the back of my neck. My heartbeat hitched up, thudding against my ribs so hard it made my chest ache. For a second, I could not make my voice work. My throat was dry, my tongue thick. Who? I started, and it came out as a hoarse whisper I barely recognized as my own. I had to swallow drag in a breath that felt too loud in the room and try again. Who is that? The figure in the corner froze. Up until that moment, it had been facing the desk, its back, or what I assumed was its back toward me. In the dimness, I could see enough to know it was a man, not some amorphous blob my half-asleep brain had invented. There was a head, shoulders, arms, the outline of a torso. No cart, no laundry bag, no vacuum. Just him and my things. He did not turn all the way around when I spoke. His head angled a fraction enough that I could not see his attention shift toward the bed. When he answered, his voice came from the dark in that corner, low and incredibly calm. "It's housekeeping," he said. "Sorry." I thought this room was empty. The words were simple, polite even, but the way he said them, flat, practiced, almost bored, made something in me recoil. Housekeeping does not stand in the dark over your open luggage at 2 a.m. Housekeeping does not let themselves into a locked room without knocking. Housekeeping does not sound like a man repeating a line he has used so many times it has worn smooth. My mouth went dry again. I could not think of anything to say back. Every part of me was screaming to get up, to run, to throw something, to do anything but lie there and watch. I did not move. He did. He straightened slowly, turning his attention away from the bag. In the blue light from the TV, I could see the edge of his silhouette more clearly. Average height, maybe a little taller than me. Dark clothing, a jacket of some sort, pants that didn't catch the light. His features were still swallowed in shadow, either turned just enough away or simply erased by the contrast. He did not face me fully. His head stayed turned slightly toward the door as he stepped away from the corner, moving between the bed and the wall. His steps were almost soundless on the carpet, but I could hear the faint, fibrous drag of fabric against fabric, the whisper of his shoe soles. As he crossed in front of the TV's glow, something at his hand caught the light, a quick metallic glint. It could have been a ring of keys, a key card, and a little plastic sleeve or some tool for the lock. It flashed once, then vanished as his arm swung naturally by his side. He did not hurry. He walked with the unhurried pace of someone who had done this before, who did not expect to be stopped. I found my voice again as he reached the door. "You need to get out," I managed. My voice cracked halfway through. "Right now. Get out of my room." He did not respond. He reached for the deadbolt, and I heard it slide back with that same soft, traitorously familiar click. The sound made my stomach knot. I had locked that myself. I had watched it engage. Then came the more clinical noise of the electronic lock, a high beep, followed by the deeper clunk of the latch retracting. The door handle turned. The door opened inward a few inches, no resistance this time. That was when I remembered, with a sick drop in my gut, I had never put the swing bar back after looking through the peephole hours before. The door swung open, and the slice of hallway light fell across his shoulder, outlining him in yellow for just a heartbeat. From the bed, the angle was bad. I could not see his face, only the side of his neck, the collar of his jacket, the way he held himself. He stepped through the gap without looking back, slipping into the corridor with the quiet ease of someone stepping into their own living room. The door closed behind him with a soft, almost respectful snick. Then there was nothing. No footsteps walking away, no nervous laugh, no muttered curse. Just the muted buzz of the exit sign outside, the faint electric hum, and my own breathing ragged and shallow. I lay there staring at the door, waiting for my body to catch up to what had just happened. My limbs felt far away, heavy and useless, my ears strained for any sound. A voice at the front desk, another door opening, anything, and got only the dull, constant buzz of the building. Somewhere under the window, the AC unit coughed and whirred back to life, blowing out cool air like nothing at all had happened. 2.2 lobby lights and the grainy hallway. When my body finally started listening to me again, it did not do anything smart. I did not grab my keys and run straight to my car. I did not pile furniture against the door and call 911 from under the bed. What I did was stand up on legs that felt like they were full of static and go hunting for a light switch. My fingers found the lamp on the nightstand first. The little metal chain clinked against the base as I pulled it, and the bulb snapped on, flooding the room with a harsh yellow light that made everything look too sharp. The corner by the desk was empty. Just the chair slightly turned. The desk. The open duffel on the luggage rack. No tall, silent man in dark clothes. No shadow that did not belong. I crossed the room anyway, because lights do not erase fact. Up close, the bag told the truth of it. When I had gone to bed, I remembered zipping it halfway and tucking the top down. Now it was peeled open, the zipper gaping like a pulled tooth. The shirts I had folded on top were disturbed, shoved aside in a clumsy hurry. One sleeve hung over the edge of the rack, hovering above the carpet like a limp hand. My toiletry kit, which I always kept zipped and tucked to one side, lay open on the dresser. My toothbrush and deodorant were outplaced, not quite back where they had been, the kind of off-kilter that felt wrong because it was almost right. My pill bottle medication for my back that I did not like to skip was lying on its side near the TV cap, still on, but scuffed. Nothing was missing. At least not that I could tell in that first frantic inspection. My wallet was still in my jeans pocket, draped over the chair. My laptop was still in its sleeve by the desk, untouched. Cash in the side compartment of the bag was still folded where I had left it. He had been in my room, gone through my things, and taken nothing. For some reason, that made me feel worse. My hands were shaking when I grabbed the room phone. The cord swung, knocking against the desk leg with a dull plastic tap. I jabbed at the 0 like it owed me money. Caleb picked up on the first ring this time. "Front desk," he said, and there was no casual rhythm in it anymore. Just tightness. "This is 327, I said. The words came out faster than I meant. He was in my room. Not at the door, in the room. He was standing over my suitcase. He said he was housekeeping. On the other end, there was a sharp inhale, the sound of a chair scraping back. "Slow down," Caleb said. "Someone was inside your room just now." "Yes," I snapped. I woke up. There was a guy in the corner by the desk going through my stuff. Dark clothes, taller than me. He said, "It's housekeeping. Sorry, I thought this room was empty." And then he walked out. He used a key. I heard the deadbolt. He had a key. There was no long pause this time. "I'm calling the sheriff's office," Caleb said immediately. I could hear the clack of a keyboard in the background, something being tossed aside. "I'm gonna get them out here. Can you come down to the lobby? Don't open your door for anyone else. Just you. Bring your ID. Leave everything else." My eyes flicked around the room, landing on my bag, on the door, on the little red indicator light above the handle. "You want me to walk that hallway?" I asked. "I'll watch the camera," he said. His voice had that wired edge you hear in people trying not to panic. "Right now. I'll make sure it's clear. But I don't want you staying up there alone. Come down to the lobby. As soon as you step out, head straight for the elevator. Do not talk to anyone in the hall." He was scared enough to sound like a cop giving instructions. "Okay," I said. "Okay." I hung up the receiver, landing in its cradle with a louder thunk than usual. For a second, I just stood there, listening to the little whine of the dial tone, my heart banging against my ribs. Then I moved. Jeans back on. Shoes shoved onto my feet without socks. Wallet and phone in my pockets, keys grabbed from the dresser. The rest, my clothes, my laptop, my charger, I left where it was. It all felt suddenly unimportant compared to getting out. I went to the door and pressed my eye to the peephole again. The hallway looked the same as it had before. Floral carpet, white walls, doors with their gold number plates. The exit sign glowed its permanent red down at the far end like a low-burning fire. No movement, no shadow sliding along the wall. No dark figure turning the corner. My hand hovered on the swing bar for a beat. My palm was slick with sweat. I lifted the bar out of its catch, holding my breath, and turned the deadbolt. The internal mechanism clicked. I opened the door just enough to slip through, keeping my foot jammed behind it, until I was in the hall. The air out there felt cooler, thinner. It smelled faintly like carpet cleaner and stale smoke. I pulled the door shut behind me and heard the latch catch the lock engage. For the first time in my life, the sound of a hotel door locking did not comfort me at all. I headed for the elevator, resisting the urge to sprint. Every step on the padded carpet felt too loud. With each room I passed, I imagined another door cracking open, another pair of eyes watching through the peephole. The 3 rooms near mine still had their "Do Not Disturb" signs dangling. They swung slightly in the AC draft from the ceiling vents, making the metal hooks click against the handles in soft little taps. The elevator seemed too far away. The digital indicator above its doors showed 1. Someone had left it on the ground floor. I hit the button and stood there watching that number change. The motor groaned, the cable whined. The doors slid open with a jolt and a ding that made me flinch. I stepped inside and hit my reflection in the metal wall, looking pale and wide-eyed and older than I felt. The ride down was slow and creaky, the car rattling a little as it descended. Somewhere above me, something clanged in the shaft, like a pipe shifting. I stared at the numbers as they counted backwards, willing them to move faster. When the doors opened, the lobby was a shock of brightness. The overhead lights were even harsher than before, the white tiles reflecting them back up. The awful burnt coffee smell was stronger, mixed now with the scent of cold air blowing through the automatic doors every time they opened. The TV above the breakfast area had been switched from sports to a 24-hour news channel, mutely showing footage of some overseas disaster. Headlines crawled along the bottom of the screen in looping text. Behind the front glass, the parking lot was washed in red and blue. One sheriff's cruiser sat crooked near the entrance, its light bar spinning. The colors bled across the lobby floor in shifting patches. Caleb stood behind the front desk, not sitting, both hands planted on the laminate like they were the only thing keeping him upright. The hoodie under his shirt was more noticeable now, his collar skewed. His eyes jumped to me as soon as I stepped out of the elevator. "You're 327, he asked, even though we both knew the answer. "Yeah," I said. My throat felt dry again. He was in my room. "You all right?" he asked. It was a stupid question, but I think he needed to say it. "I'm out of the room," I said. "That's the best I can do right now." He nodded, swallowing hard. Up close, he did not look like the calm, half-bored kid who had checked me in anymore. There was sweat at his hairline, and the skin under his eyes had gone slightly gray. "I called the sheriff," he said. "They're here." As if on cue, the front doors whooshed open and let in a blast of cold, outside air. 2 deputies stepped in, both in khaki uniforms, badges catching the light. One was older, in his 50s maybe, with deep lines around his eyes and a mustache that looked like it had been out of style for a couple of decades, but he refused to give up. The other was younger, early 30s, clean-shaven, his hair cropped close under his hat. Both wore utility belts heavy with radios, cuffs, and the rest of the tools of their job. "Evening," the older one said, which felt like the wrong word for the time and the setting. His tone, though, was not dismissive. It carried that bone-deep tiredness of someone who has answered too many calls like this and knows most of them end with paperwork, and shrugged shoulders. "You the one in 327, he asked, turning his attention to me. "Yeah," I said. "That's me." He gestured toward a small seating area off to the side, 2 cheap upholstered chairs, and a low table with old tourist brochures fanned out on top. "Let's sit," he said. "Tell me what happened." "I'm Deputy Collins. This is Deputy Alvarez." We sat. The chairs creaked under our weight. The HVAC vents above us blew a steady stream of cold air that smelled faintly metallic. The lobby clock on the wall behind the front desk ticked audibly each second, punctuating the silence between their questions. I told them everything. The first beep and the door hitting the swing bar. The empty hallway. The second time waking up the figure in the corner, the line he spoke. The way he moved. The flash of something metallic in his hand. The noise of the lock. The complete calm in his voice when he said he thought the room was empty. They listened without interrupting much except to clarify details. "How tall would you say he was?" Alvarez asked. "Maybe my height, maybe an inch or 2 taller," I said. I was lying down. "It's hard to say," Build Collins asked. "Skinny, heavy." "Average," I said. "Not huge, not skinny. Dark clothes." I couldn't see his face. The TV light was behind him. "Hair," Alvarez said. "Short, long hat, I think short," I said, frowning, trying to replay the silhouette in my mind. "No hat." I didn't see anything sticking up. "He have a cart with him?" Collins asked. "Any kind of housekeeping cart, vacuum bucket?" "No," I said, and my answer hung there. Nothing. Just him. Over by the front desk, Caleb fidgeted, shifting his weight from foot to foot, eyes darting between us and the computer monitor. The deputies took notes on small flip pads, their pens scratching softly. Every now and then, their radios crackled with static and distant voices, calls for other units somewhere else in the county. Collins would lift his shoulder slightly as if listening, then let it go. When I finished, There was a moment where no one said anything. The lobby clock ticked on. The news anchors on the TV opened their mouths and gestured dramatically, but we could not hear them. "Okay," Collins said, finally closing his notepad. "Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a look at your floor, make sure our guy's not hanging around in a stairwell or something. Then we're gonna look at the security footage. This place have cameras on the 3rd floor?" he asked, turning toward Caleb. "Yeah," Caleb said quickly. "One in each hallway. I can pull it up on the desk computer." "Good," Collins said. He pushed himself up out of the chair with a small grunt. "Alvarez, you want to take a walk upstairs, check the stairwells, the exits, maybe poke a few doors?" "Sure," Alvarez said, rising too. They moved with the easy efficiency of people who had done this a lot. There was no panic in their actions, but there was focus. As they headed for the elevator, Alvarez's radio scanner crackled again, a burst of static, and a dispatcher's voice calling out a traffic stop miles away. He reached up to adjust the volume, the little knob giving a soft click. The elevator dinged open, the sound echoing off the hard lobby surfaces before the doors closed them in. I stayed in the chair, listening to the HVAC run and the lobby clock tick. Behind the front desk, Caleb sat down at the computer, his fingers already moving over the keyboard to bring up the cameras. The glow of the monitor lit his face from below, making his expression look even more strained. Sheriff's cruiser lights still painted the walls and the ceiling in slow, rotating washes of red and blue. Each pass made the lobby look briefly like something out of a crime scene reenactment on TV. For the first time that night, sitting there under the 2 bright lights with the smell of burnt coffee in my nose and the ticking clock loud in my ears, it hit me with cold clarity. This was no longer just a weird hotel moment I could laugh about later. There was a man who had a way into locked rooms, who stood in dark corners and practiced his lines, and even the people whose job it was to deal with this kind of thing had the look of men who had seen this pattern before. 2-3. Watching him on the screen. It did not take long for Deputy Alvarez to come back downstairs. The elevator dinged and he stepped out alone, shaking his head once at Collins in a small, tight motion that said more than any words. No prowler in the stairwell, no stranger loitering by the exits. Whoever had been in my room was no longer wandering the building. "That hallway camera ready?" Collins asked Caleb. "Yeah," Caleb said, voice a little breathless. "I've got the 3rd floor up." "All right," Collins said, then looked over at me. "You want to see this?" Part of me didn't. Part of me wanted to sign whatever form they put in front of me, grab my bag and get as far from that red in sign as I could. But I heard myself say, "Yeah, I think I need to." We all moved behind the front desk, crowding into the narrow space between the counter and the wall. Caleb's computer monitor sat on a sliding tray, the screen already split into 4 grainy black and white images: lobby, parking lot, 2nd floor hallway, 3rd floor hallway. "There," Caleb said, pointing to the quadrant labeled 3RD FL East. "That's your hall." The view was warped slightly by the lens, but I recognized it instantly. The floral carpet, the long stretch of doors, the glowing exit sign at the dead end. In the distance, a small figure moved slowly down the hallway, pulling a roller suitcase. Me. Caleb clicked on the feed, for that camera enlarging it so it filled the screen. I watched my own back, a ghost walking in rough grayscale, the timestamp in the corner reading 11:36:02 p.m. The version of me on the screen stopped in front of 327, fumbled with the keycard, and disappeared inside with a little flare of white as the door opened. "Okay," Collins said. "That's you going in. Let's back it up a bit." Before he got here, Caleb dragged the timeline bar backward with his mouse, the screen flickering through sped-up footage of an empty hallway. Doors sat motionless. The exit sign glowed steadily. Occasionally, a blocky gray smear that was a housekeeping cart, or a staff member drifted through earlier in the evening. "Keep going," Collins said. Caleb pulled the cursor further back, watching the timestamp roll. 11:20, 11:10, 11:05. "Hold up," Alvarez said. "Right before 11. Caleb eased the bar to just after 11 p.m. and hit play. For a few seconds, nothing moved. The hallway was still, the camera overlaying its faint static on top of the image like falling snow. A small, barely perceptible flicker from one of the overhead lights strobed rhythmically near the elevator doors at the far end. Then, at 11:02:14 p.m., a figure stepped into frame from the right near the stairwell door. He appeared suddenly, like he had been just beyond the edge of the camera's vision, and then simply slid into it. Tall in dark clothing that blended into the gray of the corridor walls. No suitcase, no cart, no laundry bag. His stride was steady, unhurried, his posture upright. Even in the bad resolution, there was something wrong about the way he moved, too sure of where he was going, too casual for someone who belonged there. "That's him," I said before I could stop myself. My voice came out thin. He walked straight down the hallway toward the camera, toward my future room. His face was tilted just enough downward that the brim of some shadow, his brow, his hair, blocked the details. The camera struggled to resolve him into anything more than a silhouette with lighter patches where his hands were. He stopped at 3:27. Without hesitating, he reached into his jacket and pulled something out. It was a small rectangular shape, dark against his pale hand, with a faint, hard edge that caught a little of the overhead light. He leaned toward the lock, and even though there was no sound, I found myself hearing that beep in my head. On the screen, the tiny LED next to the handle shifted from a dull gray to a lighter tone, the camera's crude way of showing that it had gone from red to green. He pushed the door open just wide enough for him to slip through. For a bare instant, the lens caught a bright flare of white from inside the room, the interior lights still on back then, since I had not arrived to turn them off. Then the door swung shut behind him, cutting the light off like a blink. He had gone into my room at 11:02 p.m., more than 30 minutes before I ever pulled into the parking lot. We all stared at the empty hallway he left behind. Caleb's hand trembled slightly on the mouse. "All right," Collins said quietly. "Skip ahead to when our friend here checked in. Then let's jump to about 12:30. Caleb dragged the timeline forward again, speed-walking us through my arrival, my own awkward figure with the suitcase, the door opening and closing behind me. Then he moved the cursor to 12:30 a.m. and hit play. The hallway was empty again at first. Then, at 12:31:49, the stairwell door at the far end nudged open. The same figure stepped out, head slightly bowed, hands at his sides. He paused for a second, as if listening. This time he glanced up the hallway toward the camera. The resolution was still awful smears of gray and white, but I could make out a pale oval where his face was. No features, just shape. He turned away and started walking toward 327 again, his gait the same steady, measured pace as before. When he reached my door, he did not go in. He stopped just to the side of it, shoulders angled toward the lock. He reached up with one long-fingered hand and wiped something against the keycard reader, a cloth maybe, or his sleeve. The movement was small but deliberate, like someone wiping fingerprints off a glass before placing it on the table. Then he leaned in closer, the LED by the handle changing tone again, as the system recognized whatever he was using. Once more, the door opened just a fraction. The timestamp in the corner ticked to 12:32:10 a.m. That was the sound that had woken me the first time. He did not push the door all the way. On the screen, you could see it stop short, the swing bar catching it. The angle didn't let us see that metal arm, but the movement was clear, a gentle push, a constrained halt, then a slow retreat. He stepped back, head tilted slightly, as if listening for movement inside. Against the gray carpet, his shoes made no visible impression. Then he closed the door as carefully as he had opened it, making sure it latched. He stood there for another second, motionless, and then turned and walked back down the hallway the way he had come. The stairwell door opened a crack to accept him and then fell shut once more. "Jesus," Caleb whispered. He sounded like he had meant to say it only in his head. "Run it again," Collins said. "Now around, what time did you say you woke up the second time?" 2:17, I said. "Around there." Caleb moved the cursor forward to 2:15:00 a.m. and pressed play. We all leaned a little closer without meaning to. The hallway looked darker now, even in black and white. Maybe it was just the late hour, or the way the noise of the camera feed seemed thicker. The carpet pattern was fuzzier, the shadows deeper. The exit sign at the end glowed a dull, ghostly light. At 2:15:38, as if following a cue, the stairwell door at the far end edged open again. The same figure stepped out, just a little blurrier, now the grain of the camera more aggressive. He paused in the doorway for a beat, then moved down the hall with that same unhurried walk. "You sure this isn't one of your guys?" Alvarez asked Caleb quietly. "Night maintenance security." Caleb shook his head so fast his name tag shifted. "We don't have night maintenance," he said. "No security. Just me, the manager, during the day, housekeeping until 4. That's it. He doesn't work here. He's not supposed to be here at all." On the screen, the man reached my door for the third time. He didn't bother with wiping the reader this time. He pulled out his tool or card or whatever it was, and the tiny light near the handle flashed pale on camera. The door opened fully. There was no swing bar to stop it now. No sliver of light was visible from where the camera was. Just the dark rectangle of my doorway swallowing him up. He slipped inside and vanished. The timestamp ticked on. 2:16:02, 2:16:15, 2:16:47, 2:17:10. My skin crawled. Somewhere in that window, my eyes had opened to the corner of my room, to the dark shape standing over my bag. He stayed in there for close to 2 minutes. None of us said anything. The only sounds were the faint hiss of the camera audio, the soft whir of the HVAC, the ticking of the lobby clock behind us. I found myself counting the seconds, along with the numbers in the corner, feeling each one land like a stone in my stomach. At 2:17:54, he reappeared in the doorway. He stepped out into the hall with the casual ease of someone leaving a friend's apartment. As he let the door swing shut behind him, he turned his head just slightly toward the camera. For a moment, the lens caught his face. It shouldn't have shown anything clear. The feed was too noisy, the light too harsh. But there it was, hovering in shades of gray. Pale skin. Dark hair cropped close. A straight nose. A shadow where his eyes should have been. Ordinary features, the kind you would forget as soon as you saw them in daylight. Except for the mouth. His lips were curved, not in a wide, villainous grin, but in a small, private smile. It did not match the situation. It did not match anything. It was the smile of someone remembering an inside joke, a reaction to a conversation he was not actually having. Detached. Pleased with himself or with the pattern of the night. The image stuttered once, just enough to make his expression jump. Then he turned away, the light sliding off his face, and walked back down the hallway toward the stairwell. The door there absorbed him one last time, swinging shut in a soft blur. He did not appear again on the feed. Caleb let the footage run on a few seconds longer. Empty hallway, static noise, unmoving doors. Then he paused it, the stuck image of the vacant corridor suddenly feeling more sinister than anything we had just watched. Collins blew out a breath through his nose, a sound halfway between a sigh and a low whistle. "I've seen this kind of thing before on this stretch," he said quietly. Not exactly this, but close. Guy gets a hold of a master key, or a generic programmer walks the rooms he thinks are empty, picks through people's stuff while they sleep. Sometimes he lifts a wallet, sometimes just, I don't know. Tries the door and leaves. Sometimes he stands in the dark corner of the room and waits, I said. My voice surprised even me with how flat it sounded. Collins glanced at me, then back at the screen. "You're lucky you woke up," he said. "Luckier that he didn't try to keep you asleep." "That's not one of our employees," Caleb said again, like he needed to hear himself say it out loud. "I've never seen that guy. He doesn't belong here." "No," Collins agreed. "He doesn't." For a moment, the four of us just stood there, shoulders almost touching, lit by the cold glow of the monitor. Outside, the cruiser lights still washed red and blue over the parking lot. Inside, the lobby clock ticked over to 3:12 a.m. "What happens now?" I asked. Collins slipped his notepad back into his pocket. "We're going to pull a copy of this footage, write up a report, and send it along," he said. "We'll see if it lines up with any other cases. I can't promise you an arrest or a mugshot. People like this, they tend to stay ghosts for a long time." He looked at me, really looked in a way people don't when they're just going through motions. "You should probably not stay here tonight," he added. "I know it's late, but if you've got a car and a credit card, I'd use them." He didn't say, "If you stay, he might come back." He didn't have to. "I'll check out," I said. The decision felt already made. "Can I go up with one of you and grab my stuff?" Alvarez nodded. "I'll walk you up," he said. "Make sure the hall's clear." 10 minutes later, my bag was zipped and back over my shoulder. The room looked exactly like any other cheap hotel room again, under the bright overhead light bed desk TV curtains. But the shadow of that figure in the corner felt burned into the walls. At the front desk, Caleb slid a receipt across the counter without making me ask. "I zeroed out the night," he said. "Manager can yell at me tomorrow." "Thanks," I said. It felt inadequate for what I wanted to say, but I didn't have better words. When the automatic doors opened, the cold night air hit me like a wake-up slap. The parking lot was mostly empty, the asphalt shining slightly under the sodium lamps. My car sat where I had left it, windows reflecting the red flash of the cruiser lights. The white cargo van along the fence line loomed darker than before. Its windows were still painted over its sides, unmarked. I forced myself not to stare at it too long. I unlocked my car, tossed my bag into the back seat, and slid behind the wheel. The interior smelled like coffee and fast food and the familiar scent of my own life. For a second, I just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, watching the hotel through the windshield. The red inn sign buzzed and flickered, one letter dimmer than the rest. The hallway lights on the third floor glowed softly behind closed curtains. I turned the key. The engine started with a low rumble that felt like relief in my bones. The radio came on mid-song, some classic rock track I had listened to a dozen times on the way down. I pulled out of the lot, the tires crunching lightly over the stray gravel near the exit, and turned back toward the interstate. As I merged onto I-81, the hotel vanished behind me, swallowed by the dark and the curve of the road. The problem I would realize later was that the pattern I had just watched on that grainy screen did not vanish with it. 3.1. Sleeping in the car. I wish I could say that once I pulled back onto I-81, the hotel started to feel like a bad dream in the rearview mirror. It didn't. Even as the red inn sign disappeared behind a stand of trees and a curve in the highway, it felt like something from that building had climbed into the car with me and settled under my ribs. The interstate at 3-something in the morning is a different world. The usual rush thins out. You get the occasional cluster of headlights and then long stretches where it is just you and the trucks. The world beyond your headlights is nothing but darkness and the faint suggestion of hills. The radio, still tuned to whatever station I had been half listening to before, played low enough that I could barely understand the words. The dashboard clock glowed 3:27 a.m. The green numbers looked too familiar, like the hotel clocks, like my phone screen. Time had started to feel hostile, like something that only moved when it could hurt me. The further I drove, the more the adrenaline wore off. The shock of watching that grainy footage gave way to a heavy, dragging exhaustion that settled into my hands and shoulders. My eyes burned. The lines on the road started to blur a little around the edges. A couple of times I drifted a hair too far to the right, and the rumble strip growled under the tires, jolting me back. I knew I couldn't keep going like that until sunrise, not without becoming another statistic on some road sign about drowsy driving. What I also knew with a certainty stronger than anything I'd felt in a long time was that I was not pulling into another hotel lot that night, not walking up to another front desk, not sliding another key card through another lock. So I did something I hadn't done since I was in my early 20s and broke. I started looking for somewhere to sleep in the car. The next blue sign came up: exit 112, gas, food, lodging. I stayed in the middle lane, hands locked on the wheel. The word lodging might as well have been warning in 10-foot letters. A few exits later, one of the smaller green signs appeared, the kind that list churches, campgrounds, local attractions. White letters on faded green: ST marks Community Church, 0.6 mi with a little directional arrow. Church parking lots are usually empty at 3 in the morning. No one charging for a space. No one asking why you're there as long as you're gone by Sunday morning. I took that exit. The ramp curved off into darkness, away from the orange wash of the highway lights. The pavement narrowed, the sound of the tires changed. I passed a shuttered gas station, its pumps wrapped in plastic, and a row of darkened houses with porches that seemed to lean toward the road. A minute later, I saw the church, a low brick building with a steep white steeple sitting back from the road, behind a wide rectangle of asphalt. A single street lamp stood near the entrance to the lot, casting a circle of weak yellow light. Beyond it, the rest of the parking lot sank into shadows. I pulled in and drove closer to the lamp, choosing a spot where its light fell across my hood and windshield. The car's headlights caught the reflective paint of faint, worn parking lines as I turned. When I shifted into park, the engine's vibration tapered off into silence. The sudden quiet pressed in. Out here, away from the interstate, the night sounded different. The highway was still there, a distant low hiss, like an ocean behind the hills, but it was overlaid with other noises. Crickets. A single dog barking somewhere far off, then stopping. The metallic ticks and pings of my engine cooling the hood, contracting and expanding as the heat bled away. I put the car in park and killed the lights. The darkness outside the windshield rushed forward, only held back by the street lamp above me. It painted the dashboard in a dull gold wash, turning every smudge and dust mote into a little piece of evidence that life had been happening in this car for a while. I locked the doors. The automatic locks clicked, a solid, satisfying sound that I realized I trusted more than the hotel door's little beep and clunk. If someone wanted in here, they would have to break glass. They couldn't stand 3 feet from me in the dark and politely explain that they thought this room was empty. I tilted the driver's seat back as far as it would go, the mechanism groaning. It wasn't much, but it was enough to take the pressure off my spine. I reached up and adjusted the rearview mirror so I wasn't staring at my own face while I lay there. My phone lit up when I picked it up from the cup holder, the screen too bright in the small space. A text from my girlfriend sat unread. "You okay? Text me when you get up." The timestamp was over an hour old, I typed long story. I left the hotel. Safe for now. Sleeping in the car. I'll call you in the morning. I stared at the words for a second, then deleted safe for now and rewrote it. I'm okay. Just tired. We'll explain later. I hit send, watched the little bubble disappear, and then did something small but important. I put the phone face down on the passenger seat out of arm's reach. Not because I was worried about anyone calling, because I did not want the glow to wake me up with every phantom notification. The heater fan made a low, whooshing sound when I turned it on, pushing out the last of the warmth from the engine. I let it run for a minute, then shut it off, not wanting to kill the battery. The air in the car settled into a cool, still pocket. My breath fogged faintly against the side window nearest my head. I lay there staring up at the fabric of the car's ceiling, watching the way the light from the street lamp made a little gradient across it. Each time I shifted my weight, the plastic of the seat squeaked softly, a tiny, familiar protest. In the distance, an 18-wheeler rolled along the highway, its engine note rising and falling as it climbed a grade I could not see. The sound came to me, filtered through the trees and the dark, a long, low growl that faded slowly. Somewhere behind the church, a dog barked twice sharp and echoing, then went quiet again. The weird thing was lying there in a car in a church parking lot. I felt more sealed in than I had inside that hotel room. 4 doors, 4 locks, 1 key. No master override in some back office. The windshield, the windows, I could see out. If someone walked up, I would see them. There was no corner of the car I could not keep in my peripheral vision. But the longer I stared at the ceiling, the more the thought crept in that made my stomach twist. I had slept easier in that hotel bed when he was already in the room. When I fell asleep the first time, he had already been in 327. I had watched him do it on the monitor. He went in at 11 o'clock when my car was still half an hour up the road. He had time to walk around the room to decide where he wanted to stand, what he wanted to touch, before I ever opened the door with my key card and the green light. I had brushed my teeth in that bathroom, changed clothes in that room, walked around barefoot on that carpet, with him somewhere in the building, maybe standing in a stairwell, listening to the doors open and close. I had turned off the lights and drifted off to a sitcom laugh track, trusting the deadbolt and the swing bar while he was already planning his line. I thought this room was empty. Hearing it in my head in the quiet car, I realized just how rehearsed it had sounded. There was no apology in it, no embarrassment, just calm, practiced delivery. A phrase smoothed down by repetition like a coin turned over in the same fingers for years. How many times had he said that to people half awake in beds like mine? How many dark corners had he stood in, waiting for some small change in breathing to tell him he had been noticed? The idea made my chest feel tight again. I shifted on the seat, the plastic creaking. The steering wheel loomed over me like a dark, solid line close enough to touch. Outside, tiny drops of moisture began to form on the windshield as the temperature dropped. At first, they were just a mist, a faint clouding at the edges of the glass. Then they became distinct beads of water, catching the street lamp's glow and turning it into a scatter of small, trembling lights. When a light drizzle started, I heard the first soft taps of rain on the roof, a gentle, irregular pattern. Tick, 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 tick. It was almost soothing if my brain had been in any mood to be soothed. The rhythm of it mixed with the memory of other sounds, the beep of the hotel lock, the clunk of the latch, the whisper of his shoes on the carpet. I closed my eyes and tried to let the sound of the rain pull me under. The air inside the car stayed cool but not freezing. My body wanted sleep the way a drowning person wants air. Every time I started to drift, my mind flashed an image: the corner of the room, the line of his shoulders between me and the desk, that tiny glint of metal at his hand. and I would jerk awake again, heart-pounding fingers flexing against the steering wheel. I lost track of how many times that cycle repeated: drift, jolt, stare at the ceiling, listen to the rain, and the distant trucks drift again. Somewhere in that loop, the night thinned. The blackness outside the windshield turned the faintest shade of charcoal. The sky above the steeple shifted from nothing to almost something. The street lamp, which had seemed like the only star in the universe a few hours before, became just another point of light among many. I must have slept in small, ragged pieces, because one moment I was watching the beads of water on the glass, and the next, the heater vents were cold against my face, and my neck ached from the angle I'd held it. When I checked the clock again, rubbing the sleep grit from my eyes, it read 6:02 a.m. I had technically made it through the night. I had not, however, escaped the feeling that I was no longer alone in the simple way I used to be when I traveled. The church parking lot, the car, the road, the hotels, it all felt connected, now points on a route that someone else might know as well as I did. The question that sat in the back of my mind as I turned the key and listened to the engine cough to life was not, will I ever sleep in a hotel again? It was, if he enjoys walking into rooms he thinks are empty, what does he do with the ones that aren't? 3.2. Training days and hotel nights by the time the sun actually cleared the horizon. The night in the church parking lot felt less like a horror scene and more like a bad decision. My spine was going to punish me for all week. I got back on I-81 stiff and sour and drove the last stretch into Roanoke with the windows cracked, just enough to let in a strip of cold air. The early morning traffic was already building: commuters, merging school buses pulling out from side streets, delivery trucks hugging the right lane. Normal life moving on schedule like nothing strange had been walking hotel hallways a few hours ago. The training center was in one of those dull, glass-fronted office parks just off the interstate, a cluster of buildings that all looked like copies of each other, surrounded by too much parking lot and not enough trees. I pulled into a spot near the entrance and sat there for a second, looking at myself in the rear view. The blue shadows under my eyes looked like bruises. Inside the building smelled like any corporate space carpet cleaner, printer toner, and that bland, chemical-clean bathroom smell. The conference room where our sessions were held had no windows, just 4 beige walls, and a drop ceiling with fluorescent panels buzzing overhead. An air conditioner somewhere in the vents worked overtime, keeping the room 5 degrees too cold. At the front of the room, a projector hummed as the first day's presenter fiddled with their laptop, trying to get the PowerPoint slides to advance. A title slide glowed on the screen: Integrated Logistics Solutions 2.0, Optimizing the Supply Chain. It made me more tired just looking at it. In the back corner, a table was set up with free coffee in those big silver canisters you squeeze to dispense. The coffee smelled burnt and slightly sour, like it had been brewed sometime between 400 a.m. and the heat death of the universe. There were styrofoam cups, packets of powdered creamer, and individually wrapped muffins that looked like they had been shipped in on their own pallet. A coworker from another branch, guy named Darren, late 30s, a little paunchy, wearing a lanyard with his badge like it was strangling him, clapped me on the shoulder as I filled a cup. "Man, these things are brutal," he said. "You staying at the conference hotel company put me in one of the chain places down the road," I said. "The kind with the free breakfast and the tiny gym." He laughed. "Hey, at least if the software does not kill us, the hotel food will," he said. "One more rubber chicken banquet and I'm done. If the hotel is the worst thing that happens to me this week, I'll be thrilled," I said before I could stop myself. He snorted, not catching the weight under the joke. "Amen to that," he said, and wandered off to his seat, balancing his coffee and a muffin. We spent the day neck-deep in slides and jargon. The presenter flipped from bullet point to bullet point, talking about optimization and KPIs and integration with the kind of enthusiasm that made me wonder when they had stopped listening to themselves. Every time the lights dimmed for a video, my eyes tried to close. My mind, though, was not drifting into the lazy nothing of boredom. It kept replaying grainy black and white footage, a tall figure walking calmly down a hallway, a door opening where it should have been locked, a pale face tilting up toward the camera with that small, inexplicable smile. At lunch, people swapped stories about delayed flights and bad rental cars. Someone complained about their room key demagnetizing every time they got near their phone. I picked at a sandwich that tasted like refrigerator and kept my answers vague. The new hotel, the one the company actually paid for, was only 5 minutes away, close enough that we could see its sign from the training center's parking lot. It was part of a big national chain, the kind with loyalty points and TV ads. From the outside, it already felt different than the place I had left on the side of the highway. The lobby was bright and busy, full of people rolling suitcases, kids tugging on parents' sleeves, a businessman talking too loudly into a headset near the windows. The floors were polished tile, the walls decorated with generic art that at least looked newly framed. Behind the front desk, 2 employees in matching blazers and name tags moved with practiced efficiency. About 10 feet away, a uniformed security guard leaned casually against a column eyes, scanning the room in a way that made his presence feel more like furniture than a threat. The cameras here were not tucked away in corners as an afterthought. They were obvious black domes set in the ceiling at regular intervals, little red indicator lights glowing, watching everything. It should have made me feel safer. In a way it did. I checked in behind a family of 4, arguing about pool hours. When it was my turn, the woman at the desk smiled with the exact right amount of friendliness. She confirmed my reservation, slid a keycard across the counter, and said the lines I'd heard 100 times in 100 variations. Elevators are straight ahead. Breakfast is 6 to 9 on weekdays, 10 on weekends. There's a fitness center on the 2nd floor. If you need anything at all, dial 0 from your room. Her routine sounded rehearsed too, but that kind of rehearsed was comforting. Scripting inside the lines. I rode up to my floor with 3 other people, a guy in a polo with a conference badge like mine, a woman in scrubs, and an older man carrying a briefcase. The elevator dinged at each stop, doors opening onto well-lit hallways, lined with doors that all looked the same, but did not feel empty. My room was a standard king, neutral colors, desk under a big window with a view of the parking lot and the main road. Flat-screen TV, full-sized closet, a bathroom with a too-bright mirror, and a shower that whined when you adjusted the temperature. The air smelled like fresh cleaner and something citrus with no undercurrent of old sweat. I went around the room on autopilot, checked the bathroom, opened the closet, tugged the curtains. I set my bag down and did something I had never done so deliberately before. I tested the locks 3 times. The deadbolt slid easily into place, once, twice, 3 times. The security latch, a U-shaped metal bracket that swung over a peg on the doorframe, clicked when I set it, then clicked again when I lifted and reseated it. I turned the handle with everything engaged and watched the door barely budge. From the outside, you would not get more than a fraction of an inch. I told myself that here at least there was no anonymous kid at a front desk with a master key and no idea who else had access. There was a system, logs, more eyes. And yet when night fell and I lay in another strange bed, I didn't sleep. The first night I turned the TV on low and scrolled through channels without really seeing any of them. The glow flickered against the walls, painting the room in that same blue-white I'd seen in 327. In the hallway I heard the muffled ding of the elevators as they opened on different floors. Doors closed with soft thuds up and down the hall as people came in late from dinners or flights. Voices bled through the walls in smudges, a laugh here, a raised word there, someone watching a game a little too loud next door. None of it was sinister by itself. It was the sound of a crowded, functioning hotel. Exactly the kind of noise I used to find oddly comforting, because it meant life was happening around me even if I wasn't part of it. Now every sound felt like a possible misstep in someone else's pattern. I lay on my back, staring at the smoke detector's tiny green light on the ceiling, and listened. A housekeeping cart rattled down the hallway early the next morning, its wheels squeaking in protest at some invisible bump in the carpet. I counted how long it took to pass my door. I counted how many times I heard that same squeak over the course of the week, until I could tell just by the rhythm of the wheels and the metallic clink of bottles roughly where along the corridor the cart was. I checked the peephole more in those 3 nights than I had in my entire life up to that point. A small shadow under the door peephole. A laugh in the hall that didn't sound attached to a closing door peephole. The soft thunk of something against a wall peephole. Each time the fisheye lens showed me normal things. Someone in a suit heading toward the elevator. A teenager in socks jogging down the hall with ice bucket and plastic tongs. A tired-looking housekeeper pushing that familiar cart, knock-knocking on doors and calling out housekeeping in a flat, business-like tone. I kept telling myself this is what it looks like when everything is working the way it should. The second night, I woke up around 1 a.m, heart racing with no idea why. I lay there in the dark, listening, trying to pick out the sound that had dragged me up from sleep. The AC was going a low, steady hum. The ice machine down the hall made a hollow clatter now and then as cubes dropped. Somewhere above me, a toilet flushed. A car in the parking lot below started idled for a minute, then shut off. I almost convinced myself it had just been a bad dream when I heard it, the faintest, almost apologetic jiggle of the doorknob. It was not the sharp, noisy attack of someone trying to force their way in. It was a gentle test, a slow turn of the handle that stopped as soon as it hit resistance. Metal on metal, a small, deliberate twitch. I was out of the bed before I knew I'd moved, pulse slamming in my throat. I crossed the few steps to the door and pressed my eye to the peephole so fast I smudged the glass. The hallway outside was empty. No one standing too close to the door. No retreating back. Just the patterned carpet, the framed fire escape map on the opposite wall, and the soft light pooling under the exit sign near the end of the corridor. I stayed there breathing through my nose because I didn't trust my mouth not to make noise, and waited. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. Nothing. No elevator ding, no door latching, no footsteps. I very slowly turned the interior handle just enough to confirm what I already knew. The deadbolt was engaged. The latch was set. Whoever had tried the knob from the outside had hit a hard stop almost immediately. They would have known someone had locked it, that this room was not empty. I set the latch again, even though it was already in place, and stepped back. My heart took a long time to come down from that spike. When I finally lay back down, the bed felt wrong beneath me, too soft and too foreign. I stared at the door until my eyes burned. In the morning, over watery, scrambled eggs and a sausage patty that tasted like salt and freezer burn, I almost convinced myself it had been the building shifting or something, jostling the frame. I could imagine an argument about air pressure in the hallway, about pipes expanding and contracting. Almost. The thing about a night that gets under your skin is that it doesn't have to repeat itself exactly to keep living there. It just needs to rhyme. 3.3. The same beep in a different hallway business did not stop because I had one bad night on I-81. That is the part nobody tells you. You can sit in a sheriff's lobby at 3 a.m, watch a stranger walk in and out of your locked room on a grainy monitor, And still 2 months later, your boss will email you an itinerary with a cheerful subject line. Couple quick site visits. Should be easy. After Roanoke, the trips kept coming. Lexington, Kentucky, Knoxville, Tennessee, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, little pockets of America off various interstates, all of them stitched together by the same chains of hotels and fast food exits. They started to blur. Every rental car smelled like someone else's cologne under the scent of industrial cleaner. Every check-in desk had a bowl of pens on a chain and a half-dead potted plant by the printer. The carpets changed patterns, but the hallways were always the same length, the same hum, the same doors, with the same brushed metal handles. I got very good at faking normal. I joked about bad coffee with coworkers. I complained about the pillows being too thin, the scrambled eggs tasting like rubber. I signed my receipts and accumulated loyalty points. On the surface, I looked like any other mid-level employee half living out of a suitcase. Underneath every hallway I walked felt like an echo of that one night outside Roanoke. I noticed the locks more now, the different models. Some had touchpads that glowed blue when you woke them up. Some had old-style keycard slots with worn plastic around them. Some beeped loudly, some just flashed a light and clicked. I could have made a hobby blog comparing them, the 10 locks you learn to distrust on the road. It was on a trip to a totally different city, hours away, different state, that it happened again. I will not name the city, because it does not really matter. It could have been any of them, and that's part of what makes this worse. It was off another interstate, different number, same story training, during the day hotel, near an exit, with a Denny's, a gas station, and 3 different chains planted within walking distance of each other like competing mushrooms. This hotel was newer, at least on the surface. The lobby had modern furniture and fake reclaimed wood paneling. The clerk wore a branded polo and asked about my rewards membership. The lock on my room door was a sleek black rectangle with a small horizontal slot for the key card and a circle of LED light around it. It beeped when you used it. A quick, neat tone followed by the smooth clunk of a well-oiled latch. The first time I opened the door, that sound made my stomach tighten. Everything about the room was fine. Neutral tones, a big TV, a bed that looked crisp. The vent in the ceiling whispered a low, continuous breath of air, the kind of white noise that used to knock me out in minutes. I went through my now standard ritual, checked the bathroom closet corners, latched the lock, tested twice, glanced through the peephole just to map out what the hallway looked like from that fisheye view. Empty hallways are supposed to feel safe. To me, they just feel unobserved. The first night passed without incident. I lay awake longer than I wanted, listening to the same old chorus, muted televisions, distant laughter, the gentle thud of doors opening and closing. At some point, exhaustion overpowered vigilance, and I slid under. The second night is the one that won't leave me alone. I remember the clock reading 2:08 a.m. when I rolled over, dry-mouthed and heavy-headed, and realized I needed to use the bathroom. It was the ordinary kind of waking, no spike of fear, no nightmare, just a 40-year-old body with a finite capacity for gas station soda. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of the digital alarm clock, and a stripe of light from the street filtering through the edge of the curtains. The ventilation system hummed in that low, steady way, a background vibration through the walls. I swung my feet to the floor, padded toward the bathroom, and was just reaching for the light when I heard it from the door. Beep. Clunk. Same sequence. Different pitch, different hardware, but my ears had learned the rhythm, that polite electronic tone followed by metal shifting in a way metal should not shift at 2 in the morning when you are the only person with a key. The handle twitched. Not a full turn, not the pounding wrench of someone trying to break in. Just a careful testing movement, like someone easing it as far as it would go to see if the latch would give. For a second, I froze between the bathroom and the bed hand, hovering in the air, heart flipping from half asleep to sprinting in an instant. Then I moved. All the old fear came back in a rush, but this time I did not stay in the bed and stare at the corner. I crossed the room in 3 long steps and pressed my eye to the peephole so hard it hurt. I did not see the hallway. I saw a gray blur. The top half of the peephole was smeared almost completely opaque, like someone had pressed something against it, tape gum, a sticker, I could not tell. The bottom half, the only part still clear, showed the carpet and maybe 6 inches of wall. I could see the pattern of the runner under my door, the shadow of the door frame, nothing else. No shoes, no legs, no evidence that anything human was on the other side. I felt a cold, specific anger under the fear, then sharper than anything I had felt in the Roanoke Hotel. Someone had taken the time to block that view. To deny whoever checked the peephole the comfort of seeing the corridor was empty, or worse, of seeing it wasn't. Very slowly, I lifted my hand and tried the doorknob from my side. The lock was engaged. The deadbolt sat firmly in place. The handle moved a fraction before stopping, metal meeting metal. But it shook more than it should have. There was a looseness to it, a faint rattle in the mechanism, like it had been tested too many times in the last few minutes. When I let go, it vibrated for a second, the motion traveling up into the door itself with a barely audible ting. I stepped back, pulse drumming in my ears, and picked up the room phone. The front desk answered on the second ring. A man this time, his voice thick with the particular kind of tired that comes from a graveyard shift routine. "Front desk," he said. "This is..." "I'm in 412, I said. My throat felt dry again. Someone just tried my door. I heard the lock beep and the latch move, and my peephole is covered or damaged. I can't see the hallway." There was a pause, the faint click of him adjusting the phone against his shoulder. "No one should be up there," he said, which was becoming a phrase I hated. "Housekeeping's gone. Maintenance is gone. I don't have anybody on your floor. Are you sure it wasn't just..." The door settling. "Those locks beep sometimes if the battery's low." It was the exact sequence of someone using a keycard, I said, maybe too sharply. Beep, clunk, handle, move, and my peephole is blocked. That doesn't just happen. Another pause. I heard keys tapping maybe as he brought up cameras, room logs, whatever system they had. "I'm not seeing anyone in that hallway right now," he said. The words were familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. "If you want, I can move you to a different room, different floor. Might make you feel better." "That's not really the point," I said, but my voice had lost some of its edge. The fear was shifting into something colder now, a recognition of a pattern repeating itself, whether anyone wanted to admit it or not. He cleared his throat. "We're pretty full," he added, "but I can get you something near the elevators. More traffic. You won't feel so isolated up there." He was trying. I couldn't even blame him. To him, I was just another guest having a bad night. "Fine," I said. "Fine. Move me." 10 minutes later, after a wary walk down a hallway I could no longer see out of, from the inside I was in a different room on a different floor with a fresh peephole and a lock that hadn't yet been touched that night. I did not sleep much. In the morning, after a shower that did nothing to erase the clench in my shoulders, I went downstairs early. The breakfast area was full of weary business travelers and families corralling kids around waffle makers. I bypassed the food and went straight to the front desk. The night clerk was gone, replaced by a woman in a blazer with perfect hair. I asked for the manager or security. She frowned slightly, then dialed an extension. The security officer who walked out from the back was mid-50s, solidly built, with a walkie-talkie clipped to his chest and a key ring on his belt that jingled when he moved. His badge had a company logo on it and the word security in block letters. I told the story again. The beep, the clunk, the blocked peephole. The offer to move rooms. The way the knob had felt loose. He listened with his arms crossed, eyes narrowed just enough to show he was paying attention. When I was done, he nodded once. "We can check the hallway cameras," he said. "Should be able to see if anyone was on your floor around that time." We went to a small office behind the front desk, a cramped room with too many file cabinets and a bank of monitors mounted on the wall. Each screen showed a different angle, parking lot, lobby, elevators, and slices of each hallway. He sat down at the console and started scrolling back through the footage. "What time did you say?" he asked. "A little after 2, I said. "Maybe 2:10. I remember seeing 2:08 on the clock when I got up." He nodded, fingers tapping keys, eyes flicking between the timeline and the grainy videos. The footage jumped smoothly through late-night emptiness, a housekeeper's cart in the evening, guests coming and going, then the slow quiet of early morning. He skipped to just before 2. In every other camera feed, the timestamps advanced normally. In the one labeled 4th FLR East, the image froze at 2:08:03 a.m. A shot of the empty hallway doors, closed carpet pattern marching toward the exit sign. The seconds in the corner ticked on, but the picture did not change. He sped forward. The numbers rolled: 2:09, 2:10, 2:11, 2:12, 2:13. The image stayed stuck. At 2:15:01, the feed stuttered and then snapped back to life. The hallway jumped slightly in frame, like the camera had been nudged. The doors were all still closed. Nothing obvious had changed. "Huh," he said, frowning. "Looks like we lost signal for a few minutes." "From 2:08 to 2:15, I said. "Yeah," he agreed, leaning back in the chair. "Probably a glitch. These systems are finicky. Could be a power hiccup on that unit, could be the recorder burped. IT can check it when they come in." He sounded like a man who had said probably a glitch more times than he could count. I stared at the frozen frame on the screen, that empty hallway holding its breath for 7 minutes, and thought about a different monitor in a different county, showing a man walking calmly into 327 3 separate times. Different building, different brand, different lock model, same hour, same rhythm, beep, clunk, handle. I left the office with a polite nod and a thanks I did not mean. In the breakfast area, someone laughed too loud at something on their phone. The waffle iron hissed. A child cried when their cereal spilled. All the normal sounds of a hotel morning. All the normal sights. None of it felt normal anymore. Standing there with my keycard in my hand, feeling its smooth plastic edge dig into my palm, I realized something that has bothered me more than anything that came before. If this is just bad luck and bad circuitry, then the world is full of glitches at exactly the wrong time. And if it isn't, then maybe it is not the hotels I need to be afraid of. Maybe it is whoever moves down these hallways knowing exactly when a room is supposed to be empty. 4.1 Late Night Research Rabbit Hole. Being home was supposed to fix it. That is what I kept telling myself anyway. At home, I knew every sound. The faint hum of our old fridge cycling on and off. The way the pipes in the wall gave a soft knock when someone used the bathroom. The low, constant rush of cars, a couple streets over, out on the main road. None of it had ever scared me before. It was just the background noise of a normal life. The first night back after that run of trips, I lasted about 20 minutes in bed. My girlfriend fell asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. She had one hand resting on my arm, her breathing slow and even. The glow from the streetlight outside leaked around the edges of the blinds, tracing a thin line across the ceiling. The digital alarm clock on her nightstand showed a respectable domestic 11:02 p.m. I stared at that number for a long time. When my eyes started to burn, I rolled onto my back and tried to breathe like a person who wasn't waiting for a lock to beep. My heart didn't get the message. It kept doing that uneven, hard thud like it was bracing for footsteps in a hallway that didn't exist here. I told myself, "You're home." There's no keycard reader on the front door, no long corridor, no ice machine humming in the corner. And then, unhelpfully, my brain supplied, "He was in 327 before you ever got there too." Already in the building, already moving. Around midnight, I gave up pretending. I slid my girlfriend's hand gently off my arm and eased out of bed, careful not to jostle the mattress. She murmured something in her sleep and rolled toward the warm space I'd left. I stood there for a second, watching her, feeling a sharp mixture of guilt and something like envy. She could still rest. Her nights still belonged to her. Mine apparently belonged to hotel hallways. The living room felt smaller in the dark. The only light came from the street through the blinds, a soft orange wash that turned the furniture into squat, familiar shapes. I switched on the lamp in the corner, and the room jumped back into color: the sagging couch, the coffee table with a couple of old magazines, the leaning stack of mail I kept meaning to sort. I sat down at the dining table with my laptop, the wooden chair creaking under me. When the screen lit up, it felt too bright. I squinted against it, watched the little Wi-Fi icon spin and then settle. I didn't plan to do anything specific. That is what I still tell myself. I wasn't trying to become obsessed. I just wanted to understand why that second hotel had felt like an echo of the first. My fingers typed before I really thought about it: hotel intruder housekeeping keycard I-81. The search results loaded, and whatever line I had drawn in my head between weird story that happened to me and things that happen in the world blurred. Articles from local news sites, a couple of national pieces behind paywalls, message boards, Reddit threads, a trucker forum with a layout that looked 20 years old, blog posts from people who travel for a living: flight attendants, sales reps, nurses. I clicked on one at random. It was a post from someone who worked long haul, talking about a motel in Tennessee. How they had woken up to their door half open, the chain latch the only thing holding it. No one in the hall when they checked. The front desk insisted no staff had been on that floor. They chalked it up to a faulty latch, but the writer described a shadow they thought they'd seen moving out of frame in the parking lot camera when the manager rewound the footage. Another story on a different forum: a woman staying alone near a rest stop in Virginia. She wrote about hearing someone test her door 3 separate times between 1 and 3 in the morning, a slow, deliberate turn of the handle each time. When she finally shouted, she heard a man's voice through the door say, "Sorry, wrong room. Thought this one was empty." She wrote that the apology sounded too smooth, like a script. I felt something cold settle in my chest. I kept scrolling. There were patterns once I started noticing them. Different usernames, different states, different years, but the bones were the same. Empty or nearly empty floors. Half-deserted highway exits. Late-night knocks that were not really knocks, just the soft, patient test of a lock. A door opening as far as the swing bar would allow, then closing again without a word. Sometimes there was a line almost throwaway buried in the middle of a paragraph. He said he thought the room was empty, or he laughed and said he was checking if the room was vacant, or he said he was housekeeping and must have read the wrong number. I leaned back in my chair and listened to the house while the laptop screen glowed. The fridge in the kitchen kicked on with a noisy shutter motor humming as it cooled itself down for the night. Outside, a car drove past, slowly, its headlights casting moving bars of light across the wall. The old clock on the far wall ticked in that soft, persistent way you don't notice until you are very, very awake. Tick, tick, tick. I clicked over to Reddit and typed in creepy hotel experiences. The top results were exactly what you'd expect, people complaining about dirty sheets, strange smells, thin walls, ghost stories, weird stains. But mixed among the jokes and the horror movie exaggerations were posts that did not feel like performances at all. I woke up at 3 a.m. and there was a guy standing by the TV pretending to dust it, one person wrote. He had a generic polo shirt on, no name tag. Said he thought the room was empty and left. Front desk had no record of housekeeping on that floor at that time. I used to work graveyard shift at a motel off I-40, another user claimed. We had this one guy who'd always ask for the top floor far end away from other guests. Had his own keycard programmer. Manager looked the other way because he wasn't causing trouble, and we were always desperate for cash. I quit after I saw him come back to the lobby at 4:00 a.m., once fully dressed, but his shoes were gone. He was carrying them. Buried in a trucker forum thread titled "Weird Stuff Seen in Motels," someone with a profile picture of an 18-wheeler posted about a stretch of road between two small cities. They described 3 different motels, 2 brands, and 1 independent, where they had heard the exact same beep at their door between 2 and 3 in the morning over the span of a year. Each time they claimed they had jumped up fast enough to yank the door open. No one was there. They did not mention any cameras, just the sound. Beep, clunk, silence. I opened a map in another tab and started marking the locations I could confirm. The I-81 corridor, the I-40 corridor, little dots near towns whose names I had never bothered to remember when I was just gassing up and leaving. Soon the map looked like some kid had taken a red marker to the spine of the East Coast, putting angry freckles along the routes I drove for work. None of them pointed to the exact place where I had stayed, but they didn't have to. It was the geography that scared me, the way the interstates acted like veins, and these stories popped up along them like clots. In between clicks, I listened to the sounds of my own house like they might be lying to me. The fridge motor cut off, leaving a hollow quiet in its wake. The furnace clicked, and then started a low, breathy rumble through the vents. A car door thumped shut out on the street. Somewhere a dog barked twice and then gave up. I should have closed the laptop. I knew that. Every new story I read didn't help me sleep. It moved the line further back from this one bad night to this is a thing that happens over and over in places that look exactly like where you're going next month. Instead, I dug deeper. News articles, once you knew how to look at them, sounded like people trying very hard not to say the same thing twice. Authorities suspect unauthorized access to several hotel rooms using stolen master keys. Guests reported waking up to strangers claiming to be staff. Management states changes have been made to security protocols. I went back to the forums. Their people didn't have to write like lawyers. A former front desk clerk talking about a man who knew the building better than me and always asked which floors had the fewest occupied rooms. A housekeeper describing finding towels laid out on carpets in random rooms that were supposed to be vacant, as if someone had been trying to muffle footsteps. Someone else writing, "Dude literally told me he thought my room was empty," like that was supposed to make me feel better. By the time the clock on the wall reached 2:17 a.m., my eyes felt sandpapered. My coffee had gone cold in its mug. The laptop fan whirred softly, blowing warm air against my wrists. I stared at the map again, at the dots that didn't quite line up, but were close enough at the interstates, threading their way through them, and I felt something shift in the shape of my fear. It wasn't just about that one guy in that one hallway anymore. It was about the idea that someone somewhere had figured out a way to live inside the spaces we build specifically to hold strangers, to slip along the edges of that system, to move down the corridors we all sleep behind, trusting that sound of a lock engaging, believing that when we close the door and say goodnight, the world on the other side stops at the threshold. The fridge motor kicked on again with a loud rattling shudder. I jumped in my chair hard enough that the legs scraped against the floor. My girlfriend shifted in the bedroom, the mattress springs creaking. A moment later, her breathing settled again. I closed the laptop finally, but the darkness it took with it left something behind the afterimage of that map. The message board posts the lines of text from people who had heard the same phrase in different rooms, at different exits over different years. Sorry. I thought this room was empty. Once you know other people have heard it too, it stops sounding like an excuse. It starts to sound like a calling card. 4.2 calls to the hotel. Once you start putting pins in a map, it gets a lot harder to pretend something was a one-off. The more dots I added, the more one dot in particular bothered me, that first hotel off I-81, the Red Inn sign. Room 327. The grainy footage of him turning his face toward the camera like he knew exactly where it was. A couple of days after my late-night research binge, I sat in my parked car on my lunch break, phone in my hand, staring at the number on an old receipt. The sun was bright, people were walking in and out of a sandwich place across the lot, and I was trying to convince myself this was normal, a customer following up on a security concern. I dialed. The automated greeting was as tired as the building in my memory. Generic hotel brand name, generic promises of comfort. Then a human voice came on. A woman. Different from the night I'd stayed there. Front desk, she said. Hi, I said. I stayed there a few months back. I had an incident in room 327. There were deputies out that night. I was hoping I could talk to the manager if he's still there. There was a patience-free sigh on the other end. One moment. Hold music came on some royalty-free piano loop that did not loop cleanly. I stared at the steering wheel and counted through one repetition, then two. The air in the car got warm. My own reflection in the windshield looked like a stranger phone pressed to his ear in the middle of a strip mall parking lot chasing ghosts during a 30-minute break. A click, and then a man's voice took over. Older. Rough around the edges. This is Mark, hotel manager, he said. How can I help you? Hi, Mark, I said. My name is, I gave it, added I stayed with you back in the spring. Room 327, there was an incident. You had the sheriff's office out to look at the cameras. Silence for half a heartbeat. Then an exhale I could almost feel through the line. Yeah, he said. I remember that night. I'm just trying to understand what happened, I said. Have you had anything similar since? Did they ever figure out who that guy was? The one in the footage. There was a stiffness to his voice when he answered, the tone of someone who had had to talk about this more times than he wanted. Sir, the deputies took a copy of the footage. They sent it on. Nobody ever came back with anything. We had IT in to check the system. Those files from that night. He paused, then said it like he was reading from something. They're corrupted. Won't play right anymore. Corrupted, I repeated. Convenient. Excuse me, he snapped. I watched that video with them, I said. I saw him go in and out of my room. I just want to know if you've had other complaints. People waking up with strangers in their room. Doors opening at night. Look, he said, the veneer cracking. We've upgraded the locks since then. Changed our key cards. We've had the police through. They didn't find anybody hiding in the building. We have guests checking in and checking out every night without issue. I don't know what you're hoping I'll say here. How about whether your staff ever saw him before that night, I said. Tall guy, dark clothes like the upper floors. You have cameras. You have logs. I'm not at liberty to discuss other guests' stays, he said, sliding into a different script now. If you had a bad experience, I'm sorry. But security is an internal matter. The sheriff's office has all the information they need. His tone made it clear the conversation was over. Right, I said. Okay, thanks for your time. He didn't bother with a goodbye. The line went dead, leaving me with a slab of black glass and my own reflection staring back. For a while, that was it. Just another closed door. Another, probably a glitch. Then the email came. It was a Tuesday night, late enough that the neighborhood outside our house had gone quiet. My girlfriend had gone to bed early. She had a shift starting at 6. I was up folding laundry in the living room, the TV on low, without sound, some crime show reenacting someone else's worst night in tasteful color grading. The laptop on the coffee table chimed with a new mail notification. I almost ignored it. Work could wait. Spam could wait. But the subject line sat half visible in the corner of the screen, about your stay at hotel name RM327. The brand name was there, the room number. The email address it came from was a mess of letters and numbers, not anything recognizable. No company domain. I set the laundry basket down, wiped my hands on my jeans for no good reason, and clicked. The message was plain text. No signature block, no logo, just words. I am sorry if this is weird. I found your name on a report at the hotel when I was cleaning out my locker. I used to work nights there. Housekeeping. I quit a couple weeks after what happened to you. There was a small, awkward gap, like the sender had stopped, and then started again. I did not tell the manager everything. He does not like to hear about problems that he cannot fix with paint or a new TV. I am writing from a new email because I do not want him to know I am talking about this. I scrolled, pulse picking up. In the kitchen, the fridge motor kicked on with a low groan. Somewhere below us in the basement, the washer reached its spin cycle, thumping rhythmically against the concrete floor. The faint sound of a train horn floated in from far off the tracks that cut through the edge of town, carrying some late freight. I worked the late shift so I could be home when my kids came back from school. I was usually there until 11 p.m., sometimes midnight. We were always short-staffed, so I cleaned the emptier floors first and left the busier ones for the day people. The third floor is where they put the do not disturb guests and the long-term people. A lot of nights it was almost empty. I could picture that hallway perfectly. Before the night with the deputies, I had already heard the lock noise you described, the beep and the clunk. A few times I heard it when we were not supposed to have anybody checked into those rooms. On my list, they were marked vacant, but I would be in the laundry room or on 2, and I would hear it from upstairs. The sound carries in that building. She wrote about going up with fresh towels and finding nothing. Doors closed, rooms dark, no TV sounds. No one answering when she called housekeeping in that flat, professional voice I now associated with danger. I asked the front desk if they put someone up there last minute, and they would say no. Or they would say we comped somebody a room for a few hours and not write it down. The manager does that when someone he knows needs a place. The train horn sounded again, a little louder this time, the distant rumble of wheels on tracks following it like a low growl. The washer in the basement hit its loudest point, the drum banging in a steady, hollow rhythm. Domestic noises. Familiar. Somehow worse as a backdrop for this. I started to notice a man who was not on any of the staff lists. Tall, dark clothes, like you said. I would see him at the far end of the hall sometimes when I brought linens up late. Near the stairwell door where the camera cannot see the corner very well. He would be standing very still like he was reading the fire escape map, but he never had luggage and I never saw him come out of a room. I asked the front desk once, "Who is the man in the black jacket on 3, the clerk?" "Not the kid you talked to," someone else told me. "He's a friend of Mark's. Don't worry about him. He knows not to bother the guests." I felt my jaw tighten. A few times when we were very slow, I would be downstairs doing laundry, and I would hear a TV from upstairs late, like 2 or 3 in the morning. Not loud, just that murmur you hear through the floor. But when I checked the log, there was no one in those rooms. Sometimes the light on the phone at the desk would show a call coming from 327 or 325 or 329, and when we picked up, no one would say anything. Just breathing, then the line would go dead. She wrote about how she started taking the stairs instead of the elevator when she went up there because she didn't like the idea of the doors opening with him standing right in front of them. About seeing that tall figure once in the reflection of a window at the end of the hall, his outline clearer in the glass than in the dim air. And when she turned, he was already slipping through the fire door. The night the sheriff came was the first time anybody made the manager actually look at the cameras. He did not like that. I heard him arguing with the deputies after you left, saying it was one idiot with a stolen card and that they did not need to scare guests. After that, he told us not to talk about it if anyone asked. "We are not in the business of spreading ghost stories," he said. "I quit because one night I stayed late to finish the 3rd floor, and I found the door to 327 propped open with a washcloth. The room was supposed to be empty. The bed was made, but there was a towel laid out on the carpet by the window, like someone had been standing there for a long time and did not want to leave footprints. I backed out and went straight downstairs. When I came back with the master key and another maid, the door was closed. The towel was gone. My eyes kept jumping back to the sentence that mentioned my room number, like they didn't trust it to stay on the page if I looked away. I remembered your name because of the police report. I saw the paper when I was cleaning the office later that week. When I found it again in my locker, I decided to see if I could reach you. I am sorry for writing out of nowhere. I just wanted you to know you were not seeing things. He was real. I saw him too for months, always on the quiet floors, always in the halls where the cameras do not see everything. The email ended without a signature. Just one last line: I think he likes the rooms that are almost empty, and the people who think no one else knows, they are there. The washer in the basement wound down, the thumping easing off into a soft spin. Outside, the train passed fully, its rumble fading into the distance. The fridge motor clicked off again, leaving a heavier silence behind. I sat there in the too quiet living room laptop screen glowing in the dark and realized something simple and awful. I had gone to the internet looking for proof that this kind of thing happens. Now, between the map in my head and the words on my screen, I had more than that. I had someone who had been on the other side of the door listening to the same beep and clunk, knowing he was there, and still unable to keep him out of the building. 4.3, the missing worker and the master key. I stared at that unsigned email for a long time before I did anything. The washing machine in the basement clicked off, and the sudden loss of its steady thump made the house feel too still. The only sound was the faint hum of the fridge and the occasional car passing on the street outside, tires hissing on asphalt. Eventually, I hit reply. My fingers hovered over the keys for a second, and then I started typing like I was afraid I would lose my nerve if I stopped. Thank you for writing. I stayed up that night, replaying what I saw on the cameras, wondering if anyone else had noticed him before. I believe you. Can I ask you something specific? Do you know how he was getting into the rooms? Was it a staff key, a programmer? Did anyone ever talk about missing key cards? I read it twice, stripped out a couple of sentences that sounded too desperate, and hit send. The clock on the wall said 11:49 p.m. The house felt like it was holding its breath. I told myself not to wait for an answer, that she might never write back, that sending even one message from whatever new life she had built was probably a risk. The reply came less than an hour later. The subject line was the same. The body was longer. I do not know exactly how he was doing it. I am not an engineer. But I can tell you what I saw and what people talked about in the break room. She wrote about the keycard system in that hotel in a way I had never bothered to think about when I was just a guest. We have one encoder at the front desk. You put the card in, choose the room, click a button, and it makes the key. There are also master keys. Those can open every door. The manager has one. The assistant manager has one. The head housekeeper is supposed to have one, but she kept hers in a locked drawer and rarely used it. People lose key cards all the time. Guests put them in their pockets, take them home. That is not a big problem. The problem is when a master key goes missing. Apparently that had happened more than once. One time, a master key for the second floor was lost. The manager did not change the locks. He said it was too expensive. And anyway, the key was probably just in somebody's junk drawer and would never be used again. We all had to pretend we were not scared to go in those rooms alone after that. Another time, the encoder went missing for a whole day. The little handheld one we use when the big machine is down. The manager said he misplaced it, and then found it again the next morning in his office. No one knew where it went during the night. She mentioned a former maintenance worker, a guy who had been around before she was hired, but who was still the center of a dozen stories. Before my time, there was a maintenance man who worked nights. He knew the building very well. He also liked to drink. The story is that he got caught making extra master keys and got fired. Some people say he left with a pocket full of cards and maybe a programmer. Some people say the manager let him keep one because they were friends, and he helped out sometimes with things off the books. I do not know what is true. I know that for a while before you came, the night front desk clerks joked about a ghost employee who still had a way in. They would say, "If you hear the beep late, that is just him doing his rounds." I felt that word rounds like a small, dull hit in my chest. In the living room, the heater kicked on, sending a low, steady rush of warm air through the vents. It almost covered the phantom sound that had started looping in my head every time I thought about hotel doors now. Beep, clunk. I could hear it even in my own house, where our front door had an old brass deadbolt you turned by hand. I found myself glancing at it, half expecting to see a little red LED next to the latch. I scrolled down. The week before I left, I went into the staff storage room late. It is the small room next to the laundry with the boxes of soap and the extra sheets. Sometimes the manager uses it as an office because the real office is too full of junk. That night, I went in to put away a crate of toilet paper, and I saw papers spread all over the table. It was a list of other hotels in our chain along the interstate. Not just ours. One's 2 hours north, 3 hours south. Next to each hotel was a list of room numbers and check-in status. Someone had printed the occupancy forecast from the system. I saw notes in the margins, circles around some rooms. Words like likely empty, rarely used long-term written in pen. She described the way her stomach had dropped when she recognized some of the room numbers, always the end of the halls, the top floors, the rooms farthest from the elevators. When I asked the manager about it, he got mad. He said it was training material from corporate about how to allocate housekeeping. He shoved the papers into a folder and told me not to snoop around his desk. After that, he started locking the storage room when he was not in it. I sat back from the screen and rubbed my eyes. The lamp in the corner of the room cast a yellow cone of light on the wall, leaving the edges of the ceiling in shadow. The clock ticked steadily on. Training material. Occupancy forecast. Likely empty. I pictured someone standing over that table, tracing routes along the interstate with the tip of a pen. Not just one motel in the middle of nowhere, but a whole chain of them, all sharing the same systems, the same blind spots, the same empty top-floor rooms on weeknights. The email went on. After your night with the police, things got worse. The manager finally changed some locks on the 3rd floor, but he did not call a company to do it. He let a friend handle it. I heard them talking about rolling codes and back doors for the system. I did not understand, but it did not make me feel better. I started hearing the beep more often when I stayed late. Not just once a week, but many nights. Sometimes I would be folding towels in the laundry, and I would hear it beep, then the heavy sound, then nothing. By the time I got upstairs, the hall would be empty. Her last paragraph was the one that tightened something in my throat. The last week before I quit, I started hearing that beep at my own apartment door. We do not have electronic locks, just a chain and a deadbolt. I would be in the kitchen washing dishes, and I would swear I heard that little high sound, then the clunk, like it was inside my ears. I checked the hall every time. No one there, just the old carpet and the neighbor's bike. That is when I moved 3 states away. The words sat there on the screen like a kind of confession or warning or both. I knew what she meant. Not about the apartment, my door was still just a door, but about the sound moving with you. Once you have been in a room where that beep and clunk meant someone was already standing in the dark with your things in their hands, it stops belonging only to one hallway, one building. It becomes a noise your brain plays anytime you see a black rectangle next to a hotel handle. It echoes when you walk past an office keypad, when you badge into a parking garage, when a stranger in a uniform reaches for a key ring. Beep. Clunk. I thought this room was empty. I closed the laptop slowly, like slamming it would somehow make the words come true in my own apartment. The room dimmed without the screen's glow, the yellow lamplight feeling weaker now. Across from me, the front door stood in its frame, worn wood, old brass. No LED, no reader. Just a keyhole and a deadbolt. Still, I sat there for another 10 minutes, watching it, every tiny creak in the building, making me think, just for a second, that I'd heard that same polite electronic tone from somewhere inside the walls. 5.1. Back to Virginia for a funeral. If it had been anything else, I would have made an excuse. A training I could reschedule, a meeting I could join over Zoom, even a wedding maybe. People forgive you for missing the happy things more easily than the sad ones. But when my mother called and said my uncle had died, the one who still lived outside Roanoke, the one whose house we used to visit when I was a kid, there was never really a choice. The service is on Saturday, she said. At the church off 220, you remember it. We're all staying overnight. I know you hate driving back in the dark. She did not know what I really hated. She just knew I was in my 40s now, and night driving made my eyes tired. My girlfriend squeezed my hand when I hung up. We'll go, she said. We'll stay somewhere nice. Not one of your little murder motels. She meant it as a joke. I smiled because that was what I was supposed to do. We booked a room at a different chain, a few exits north of the old inn, closer to my uncle's town. A newer place, according to the photos. Mid-range, decent reviews, lobby that looked like it had been designed by someone who used soft words like welcoming and curated. When the day came, we drove the same stretch of interstate I had taken for work so many times, except this time there were black suits hanging in the back seat and a casserole dish cooling in the trunk under a towel. The sky was overcast, low clouds pressing down on the ridgelines, making the mountains look like they were shrugging up into a gray ceiling. As we approached the familiar cluster of exits, I felt my body tighten in ways that had nothing to do with grief. There's a particular green sign on I-81, the one that lists a couple of town names, and the small blue symbols underneath gas food lodging. The exit number is burned into my brain. I had promised myself I would never see it again, but there it was, sliding into view, like an old photograph you've tried to bury under a pile of new ones. For a few seconds, my hands gripped the steering wheel harder. My eyes flicked against my better judgment to the right as we passed. I caught a glimpse of the smaller road peeling away the shoulder the line of trees. If the angle had been a little different, if the branches had been barer, I might have seen the red inn sign again. I focused on the lane lines instead and kept driving. "You good?" my girlfriend asked, watching me from the passenger seat. She knew the rough outline of what had happened on that exit. I had told her the story in pieces, the way you tell someone about a surgery scar, not all at once, but in quieter moments, when the weather matches the mood. "Yeah," I said. "Just weird being back this way." She nodded her thumb, brushing over the back of my hand, where it rested on the gear shift. "We're not staying there," she said. "Whole different hotel, whole different night." She said it like a spell. I tried to let it work on me. Our hotel sat just off a different exit, tucked behind a chain restaurant and a gas station sharing a parking lot with a medical office building. The sign was taller, brighter corporate font, promising consistency. The facade was a mix of brick and beige siding with big windows and a little covered drop-off lane where people could drag their luggage in out of the rain. The lobby really was warmer. When we stepped inside, the first thing I noticed was the smell, not that sour, burnt coffee and bleach combination I'd grown used to, but something like actual food and some kind of vaguely floral air freshener. A gas fireplace flickered in a stone surround near a cluster of couches. A small bar off to the side served wine and draft beer to a handful of quietly talking adults, while a muted game played on a TV in the corner. There were kids, too, a little girl in a sparkly dress chasing her brother around a low table, a teenager by the elevator scrolling on his phone, earbuds in, a baby fussing softly from a stroller while a tired-looking woman rocked it with one foot and signed a receipt with one hand. The front desk clerk wore a blazer with the hotel logo on the lapel, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, her name on a tag that said Tanya in neat block letters. She smiled the kind of tired but genuine smile of someone who has been on her feet for hours, but still remembers how to greet people. "Checking in?" she asked. "Yeah," I said, giving my name. "King room. I had one special request on the reservation, I think." Tanya clicked around on her screen, nodding slightly. "Yep, I see that," she said. "Lower floor, not at the end of the hall. We've got you on the second floor, close to the stairwell, and not far from the elevator." I had typed that in the additional comments box when we booked, feeling ridiculous as I did it. "Please don't put us at the far end of the hallway or on the top floor if possible." There's no normal way to explain that in a sentence or two without sounding high maintenance or paranoid. "Perfect," I said. "That's exactly what I was hoping for." My girlfriend squeezed my elbow lightly, a private signal. "See, it's fine. You got what you needed." As Tanya went through the motions, 2 keycards in a little cardboard sleeve, Wi-Fi password, breakfast hours, pool is open until 10. I let myself look around. A man in a suit was checking something on his laptop at one of the lobby tables, half listening to someone on a headset. A couple in jeans and hiking boots walked in with small overnight bags smelling faintly like campfire and damp leaves. Near the bar, a group of older women in dark clothes, probably here for the same funeral we were. were talking quietly over glasses of white wine, their voices low and steady. It felt like life. Ordinary, messy, layered life. Not the thin, hollow mood of the nearly empty motel where everything echoed and every sound felt suspicious. We rode the elevator up with a family, a dad balancing a cooler, a mom carrying an armful of pool towels, a kid in flip-flops bouncing in place. The car chimed at each floor. When the doors opened on 2, the hallway beyond was carpeted in a tasteful geometric pattern walls, soft beige with framed generic art. The ice machine hummed from a little alcove near the stairwell. Someone's TV down the hall was playing a sitcom laugh track. Our room was maybe 6 doors down, not too close to the elevator, not too far. The lock was electronic, but a different model, a newer one, with a small circular light and a soft 2-tone beep. When I slid the keycard in, it responded with a friendly little chirp and a smooth click. The room itself was fine. Nice even. A big bed with a white duvet, a desk with a rolling chair, a window that looked out over the parking lot, and beyond that, the faint outline of the mountains under the low clouds. The bathroom door was solid. The closet door was mirrored. The HVAC under the window hummed at a consistent volume when I turned it on, pushing out air that smelled faintly like dust, and those scented filters hotels use to pretend they don't all recycle the same air. My girlfriend tossed her bag on the luggage rack, kicked off her shoes, and flopped face first onto the bed with a groan. "I am not emotionally prepared to see your entire extended family in one place tomorrow," she said into the pillow. "They're mostly harmless," I said, managing a small smile. "They'll be too busy comparing casseroles to say anything weird." We unpacked the basics, hanging the suits, laying out clothes for the morning, putting toothbrushes in glasses by the sink. All the domestic routines that in another life, in another version of this story, would have been comforting in any room with 4 walls and a door. I did my usual walk of the perimeter, trying to make it look casual. Bathroom clean, neutral, no stray hairs in the tub. Closet empty except for an extra blanket and a luggage stand. Under the bed, nothing but shadow and dust bunnies. Behind the heavy blackout curtains, just glass, and the parking lot a few cars angled under yellow lights, someone walking a dog along the sidewalk. When I checked the door, I did it twice. Deadbolt engaged. Security latch flipped and tested. The handle felt solid, no rattle. The peephole was clear, the fisheye view showing me the patterned carpet, the opposite wall, the corner of that humming ice machine alcove down the way. I made myself step back after that, made myself sit on the edge of the bed and let my shoulders drop a little. Downstairs, through the vents, I could faintly hear the clink of plates and silverware from the small restaurant area, the muffled rise and fall of conversation. Somebody laughed, the sound traveling up as a warm, blurry shape rather than a sharp edge. A cart rattled in the hallway at one point, not the hollow squeak of housekeeping wheels in the dead of night, but the sturdier roll of a room service tray, followed by a soft knock and a cheerful voice saying, "Room service." My girlfriend changed into sweats and curled up against me with the TV remote. We flipped through channels until we landed on some baking competition, the kind where people get genuinely stressed about frosting. The absurdity of it was a welcome distraction, grown adults panicking over cakes while the world outside kept turning. For the first time in a long stretch of nights away from home, I felt something like the edge of relaxation, not the full easy trust I used to have before I knew what a master key could do, but a thin version of it, like the first layer of ice forming on a pond. Fragile maybe, but there. "I know being here is weird for you," she said quietly during a commercial, her head resting on my shoulder. "Thanks for coming anyway." "He was my uncle," I said. "And I can't never come back to this whole side of the map just because one guy figured out how to open a door." It sounded reasonable when I said it out loud, like I was the kind of person who faced things head on. I didn't add the truth sitting underneath that every beep of an electronic lock in this building would pull my attention like a magnet, even if it came from 3 doors down. That I had marked hotel pins on a map like crime scenes. That part of me was not just afraid of being here, it was also waiting, trying to see if the pattern I'd been building in my head would repeat itself in front of my eyes. For now, in that first evening back in Virginia, the hotel was just a hotel. Families, ice machines, clinking dishes from downstairs, the quiet whir of the HVAC. It was enough to let my guard droop, not down, just lower than it had been in a long time. 5'2" walls thin enough to hear everything. The day itself did what funerals always do. It folded a lot of different kinds of tired into one long stretch of hours, the emotional kind, from watching people cry, who never cry, the physical kind, from standing in dress shoes too long. The mental kind, from making small talk with relatives you only see when someone gets married or dies. By the time we got back to the hotel, my throat hurt from talking, and my face hurt from trying to hold the right expression in front of people who remembered me as a kid. Back in the room, my girlfriend kicked off her heels and sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing her feet. "I'm done," she said, like emotionally bankrupt. "I'm cashing out for the night." "Go ahead," I told her. "I'll probably be up for a bit. I want to take a shower and then zone out to something stupid." She didn't argue. She slid under the covers in an old t-shirt and gym shorts, turned on her side, and was out within minutes. The funeral dress lay draped over the back of the chair, a dark ghost in the corner. The air conditioner under the window cycled on with a low whoosh, pushing cool air across the room, then clicked off again when the thermostat decided we'd had enough. I took a long, too-hot shower, more to wash the day off me than anything else. When I re-emerged, the bathroom mirror fogged and my skin pink. The room felt smaller somehow. The bedside lamp was on, casting the space in warm yellow. The TV played a crime show on low volume, the kind of procedural where the dialogue is mostly exposition and the corpses always look clean. It was a little after 1:20 a.m. when I finally settled on my side of the bed, propped up against the headboard, phone in hand. My girlfriend snored softly beside me, one arm flung over her head, completely oblivious to the world. I thumbed through emails, then the same 3 news apps I always checked, then scrolled social media with the numb, detached interest of someone not really absorbing anything. The walls in that hotel were thin enough that I knew more about our neighbors than I wanted to. On the first night, I'd heard the couple on the other side of us arguing about a credit card charge, their voices rising and falling through the drywall in muffled waves. Earlier that evening, before we went to the service, I'd listened to a kid in the room to our left. Watch cartoons, the exaggerated voices and canned laughter leaking through like a radio in another room. Tonight, though, the room on our left, the one closest to the ice machine alcove, had been quiet when we came in. I hadn't heard a TV or a shower or a toilet flush. Just the normal hotel sounds in the distance, elevator dings, footsteps, someone wheeling a suitcase down the hall. Around 1:30, I heard the first new sounds. Soft footsteps in the corridor outside, a measured pace on the carpet. Not the chaotic thump of a family wrangling kids, not the drag thump of someone hauling an overpacked duffel, just a steady adult walk. I muted the TV without really thinking, narrowing the world down to the room and that stretch of hallway beyond our door. A second later, there it was, the high, polite beep of a keycard reader being used very close by. Not our door, the one next to us. The lock on that room answered with a solid clunk, the same heavy shift of metal I'd been hearing in my head for months, translated into this building's hardware. I could picture the little circle of LED light flashing green. The handle moved. I could hear the faint squeak of it, turning, the whisper of the latch retracting, and the soft scrape of the door opening. A small exhale of cooler air came under the gap of our own door, the pressure changing just enough that my ears registered it. None of that by itself was strange. This was not the half-dead motel off a half-empty exit. This was a busy chain hotel near a town big enough for an airport and a mall. People checked in late all the time. Flights got delayed. Funerals ran long. Somebody finally arriving at their room at 1:30 in the morning was not a crime, or even unusual. I told myself that, over and over. This is normal. This is fine. Still, I found myself holding my breath, listening. There were the muffled sounds you expect. When someone first comes into a room, the soft thump of a bag hitting the luggage stand, the squeak of the mattress as someone sat down the slide of curtains, being tugged aside, and then dropped back into place. Through the wall, it all came through as a kind of lumpy, indistinct percussion. I could not make out words, only motion. I forced my attention back to my phone. I scrolled past someone's vacation photos, a coworker's vague complaint about airline food, an advertisement for the very chain I was staying in. The bed dipped slightly as my girlfriend shifted, mumbling something unintelligible into her pillow before sinking deeper into sleep. The AC clicked off, leaving a brief hush, then clicked back on again. A few minutes passed, maybe 5, maybe less. Time had that stretchy quality it takes on late at night when you are both too tired and too wired. I heard movement through the wall again, bedding rustling, the muffled creak of springs, adjusting to weight, a soft thud like a shoe dropped by the bed. It painted a vague picture in my mind, someone kicking off their shoes, collapsing sideways, maybe reaching for the remote. Then very clearly through that thin hotel wall, in a voice that had lived in my head since the first time I heard it, I heard a man say, "It's housekeeping." Sorry. I thought this room was empty. The exact cadence. The same low, calm tone. The pause in the middle like the words were on a loop he'd wound too many times. For a second, my brain refused to parse it as sound. It felt like memory leaking forward into the present. I sat there, frozen, phone halfway to my face, my entire body suddenly hot and cold at once. I heard the woman in the next room, and I knew it was a woman from the pitch, and the tight panic in it gasp. Then a short, sharp scream that cut off almost as soon as it started, like she was trying not to wake up the whole floor. Something hit the nightstand or the wall with a clatter. The headboard on our side gave a little shiver in response, the vibration traveling through the shared structure. "Get out," she yelled, voice high and ragged through the drywall. Get out, what are you doing in here?" There was a jumble of sounds, then more rustling, the scrape of the mattress feet hitting the floor. The man's voice again, lower now, the words muffled enough that I couldn't make them out. But the tone, that same unnaturally even tone, slid under my skin. Through it all, I could hear my own heartbeat loud in my ears, almost drowning out the AC. Our headboard shook slightly as something solid hit the opposite wall. Harder this time, a thump followed by the rattle of the framed art above our bed. My girlfriend stirred, rolled onto her back, and let out a small, confused sigh, but did not wake. The bedside clock next to her showed 1:37 a.m., the red digits steady and indifferent. Then came the sound I knew too well, a door opening fast, the latch protesting, followed by a hard, flat slam that made our doorframe shudder. The corridor outside swallowed whatever came next. Silence settled in like dust after a collapse. The AC hummed on. Somewhere down the hall, an ice machine chunked to life. Someone in a room further away coughed. My girlfriend snored lightly, oblivious, one hand still half curled on the blanket between us. On the other side of a wall that might as well have been paper, A woman was breathing hard, trying to get her voice back under control. I could hear little choked sounds, not quite sobs, not quite curses, slipping through the plaster. I imagined her sitting on the edge of the bed I could not see, staring at her door the same way I had stared at mine in 327, trying to decide if calling the front desk would make her feel more or less crazy. I sat there, every muscle locked, listening to all of it. I didn't move. I didn't wake my girlfriend. I didn't pick up the room phone yet or march into the hallway. For a few long seconds, all I could do was sit in that dim, overfamiliar rectangle of a room, feeling the thinness of the wall between us and the even thinner line between my incident and hers. And under the hum of the AC and the weight of the day and the softness of my girlfriend's breathing, one thought landed in the middle of my mind, like a stone dropped into deep water. He hadn't just found another hotel. He'd found a script that worked, and he was still running it door after door, wall after wall, night after night. 5.3, the knock from next door. I do not remember making the decision to move. 1 second, I was sitting there frozen with my phone in my hand, listening to the muffled aftermath through the wall. The next, I was on my feet with my bare toes digging into the carpet, every muscle ready to bolt toward the door and rip it open. The problem was not the room, it was the hallway. In my head, I could already see it, the corridor outside, long and patterned and dim, the ice machine alcove humming, the red exit sign glowing at the end. I could see him in that space as clearly as if the wall between us was glass, just out of frame, just around the corner, back-turned hands at his sides, waiting to decide who he belonged to next. If I opened the door and stepped out, I might not be walking into an empty hall. I might be walking into him. My hand hovered over the handle for half a second. Then I pulled it back and went for the room phone instead. The plastic was warm from the lamp beside it. I grabbed it hard enough that the cord knocked gently against the nightstand. The button for the front desk was labeled 0 in small white letters. I pressed it with more force than necessary. The line rang once, twice. On the third ring, Tanya's voice came through, softer now, but still clear. Front desk. This is... I'm in room 214, I said. My tongue felt too big in my mouth. There is someone in the room next door. 216. He just said he was housekeeping. My neighbor is screaming. Somebody needs to get up here right now. Her tone changed mid-breath. Housekeeping is off at 10 p.m., she said automatically, then caught herself. I'm sending security up. Stay in your room, sir. Do not open your door. Believe me, I said I won't. She must have called him before she even hung up with me, because I heard the elevator ding in the hallway less than a minute later. The sounds came through the door, first footsteps moving fast on the carpet. The deeper, heavier tread of the security officer I'd seen downstairs when we checked in, and Tanya's lighter steps a half-beat behind his. My girlfriend stirred beside me, mumbling something, rolling onto her side. She did not wake up. There was a sharp knock on the wall outside, not on our door, but on the one we shared plumbing with. Hotel security. A male voice called, firm but not shouting. Ma'am, can you open up for me? Silence just long enough to make my skin itch. I stepped closer to our door without thinking, listening with my whole body. Then the faint clack of a chain being slid back, the hollow click of a deadbolt turning, and the gentle whoosh of the neighboring door opening. The noise translated through our shared wall as a low, shifting creak. I'm with the front desk. Tanya's voice added a little breathless. Housekeeping doesn't work at this hour, ma'am. Are you okay? I heard the woman from 216 laugh once, a short broken sound that sounded too close to a sob. He was in here, she said, her words coming through the drywall in jagged chunks. I woke up and he was in here. Over my suitcase. In the dark. Slow down for me, the security guard said. Did he say anything? Yeah, he said something, she snapped. He said he was housekeeping, he said. Her voice dropped, but I knew exactly how the sentence ended before she finished it, because I could hear it superimposed over hers in that calm tone from the dark corner of 327. He said he thought the room was empty. The words made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was one thing to see them written out in forum posts, another to hear them through a wall spoken by someone who had just heard them in her own dark room. "Did you let him in?" Tanya asked gently. "No," the woman said. "He was already in. The lights were off." I woke up and my suitcase was open and he was just standing there going through it. I thought it was you at first. I thought it was staff. Then he said that line like he'd practiced it in a mirror. I started screaming and he bolted. Out the door. "Which way did he go?" the guard asked. "I don't know," she said. I was busy trying not to pass out. I heard movement in the hallway. Then more footsteps. Someone walking toward the stairwell, a door opening and closing. Probably the guard sweeping the floor, making sure he wasn't still nearby. I stayed where I was, fingers wrapped tight around the phone, heart pounding so hard I could feel the beat in my throat. After a couple of minutes, Tanya's voice floated through again, more businesslike now, soothing by design. "Ma'am, can you come downstairs with us for a bit? We're going to take a look at the cameras, and if you'd like, we can move you to another room." I could almost see the woman in 216 standing there in whatever she slept in, arms wrapped around herself, suitcase half open on the luggage rack, underwear and toiletries spilled out. I imagined her glancing once at the wall, at the space where I was standing on the other side, listening. "Yeah," she said, her voice smaller now. "Yeah, I don't want to stay in here alone." Their footsteps receded down the hall. The elevator dinged again. Then there was nothing but the hum of the AC and my girlfriend's soft breathing and the far-off murmur of the lobby through the building's bones. I did not even consider lying back down. Instead, I sat on the edge of the bed, fully dressed, phone still in my hand, waiting. Waiting for Tanya to call the room and tell me it was nothing. Waiting for security to knock and ask me what I'd heard. Waiting for the sound of that beep in front of our door. 10, maybe 15 minutes later, the room phone rang. The sound made me jump hard enough that my foot hit the nightstand. My girlfriend groaned, rolled over, and pulled the blanket up over her head. I picked up on the first ring. "Yeah, it's Tanya at the front desk," she said. Her voice had that tight, controlled edge people get when they're trying not to let a situation spin them. "I just wanted to let you know we've checked your floor. There is no one in the hallway. The guest in 216 is okay. We will be moving her. I'm very sorry you had to hear that." "Did you get him?" I asked. My own voice sounded odd in my ears, flat and brittle, like it belonged to someone else. There was a pause. "We are reviewing the cameras now," she said. "You have one on this floor?" I asked, already knowing the answer. I'd seen the little dark dome in the ceiling near the elevator, in the hallway. "Yes," she said. "We do." "Then you should see him," I said. "You should see when he came up, when he went into her room." Another silence. I could hear typing in the background, the soft click of a mouse. "That's the thing," she said finally. "There is a gap in the footage." My stomach dropped. "What kind of gap?" "From about 1:31 to 1:41 a.m., the camera on your wing froze. The timestamps kept moving, but the image stayed the same. Our other feeds are fine. Lobby, elevators, other floors. Just that one." "Glitch," I said. The word tasted sour. "Our system vendor calls it a buffer error," she said automatically, and then more quietly, "We don't see that very often." I laughed once, a sharp, humorless sound. "You know what she described, right? The man in her room tall, dark clothes, no cart, standing over her suitcase in the dark. Said he was housekeeping. Said he thought the room was empty. There was a rustle of paper as she shuffled something on her desk. Yes, she said. That is what she told us. He's done this before, I said. At another hotel, off this same highway. They lost footage that night too. I don't know anything about that, sir, she said, but there was no conviction behind it. I've already called our general manager. We'll file a report with the police. We can also move you and your partner if you'd feel more comfortable on another floor. I looked at my girlfriend, sleeping on her side, hair fanned out on the pillow, her face slack with the kind of exhaustion that comes after grief and a long day of family. She had not heard any of it. His line, the scream, the slam. She was still in the version of the night where the scariest thing about hotels was whether the waffle maker at breakfast would be clean. No, I said slowly. No, we'll stay. I don't think changing floors will make a difference. If you need anything, you can call down, she said. Security is doing extra rounds tonight. I thanked her. We both pretended that meant something. When I hung up, the room felt smaller, as if the walls had leaned in an inch. The hum of the AC sounded wrong. Too steady. Too much like static. I stood up and went to the door. The deadbolt was already thrown. The security latch was set. I put my hand around the handle and felt it just to reassure myself. It was solid, the metal cool under my fingers. No rattle. No give. Then I dragged the desk chair across the carpet and wedged it under the handle anyway. The legs squealed a little as they scraped, then settled into place. It would not stop someone determined, but it would make noise. It would wake me. Maybe. I added the armchair from the corner for good measure, angling it, so one arm pressed against the door, the other braced against the wall. The room looked ridiculous now, like we were barricading ourselves against a hurricane instead of a corridor in a mid-range hotel. My girlfriend slept through all of it. I turned the TV off completely. I did not want anything masking the sounds on the other side of the walls anymore. The room fell into a thicker kind of silence, only the low rush of the HVAC and the occasional plumbing shutter from another room breaking it. I lay back down, fully dressed on top of the covers, staring at the dark outline of the door with its new makeshift furniture brace. Every time the AC cycled, I jolted. Every creak in the distance, every elevator ding, every shift in the building's weight made me hold my breath and listen for the echo of that polite, practiced tone. It's housekeeping. Sorry. I thought this room was empty. It never came to our side of the wall that night. That did not mean I slept. I watched the red digits on the bedside clock crawl from 2 hours to 3 hours to 4:00 a.m., the numbers changing with a soft electronic click that might as well have been a countdown. Each time my eyes slid shut for more than a second, I saw a different hallway in my head. Roanoke, Kentucky, that other city off that other interstate, all of them lit by the same buzzing lights, all of them holding the same possibility at the far end. By the time a sickly gray light started to creep around the blackout curtains and the first distant doors started closing softly as early risers headed for coffee, and the road, I was still awake, still staring at the door, still listening. The only thing between us and the hallway was a deadbolt, a latch, and 2 chairs I had dragged into place with my own hands. For the first time, the thought that scared me the most was not that he might pick our lock. It was that he hadn't needed to yet. 6:00 to the deputy again. After the night in Virginia with the shared wall and the borrowed line, it took me a week to work up the nerve to call the sheriff's office again. A week of sleeping badly, of jolting awake because a truck downshifting on the street outside sounded too much like a housekeeping cart rolling over a seam in hotel carpet. A week of watching my girlfriend put her suitcase away and go back to her routines like we had just taken a hard trip for a sad reason, nothing more. I waited until a Tuesday afternoon. Work was slow. My boss was in a meeting, the office hummed with the low, contented noise of people typing and occasionally laughing at something on their screens. The normalcy of it made what I was about to do feel even stranger. I took my cell and stepped out to the parking lot claiming I needed some air. The day was bright, but cold sky high and washed out the kind that makes every sound sharper. Cars pulled in and out. A delivery truck idled by the loading dock. Somewhere nearby, someone was power washing a sidewalk, the hiss and sputter floating across from the next building. I stood by my own car, leaned against the sun-warmed metal, and pulled up the contact I'd saved months ago. County name, Sheriff's Office. Underneath it, in the notes section, I'd written the case number from that first night with the footage. When the receptionist answered, her voice had the flat patience of someone who had already fielded too many nonsense calls for one day. Sheriff's Office. "Hi," I said. "I'm calling about a case from earlier this year. I have the number. I was hoping to speak with the deputy who handled it if he's still there." There was a pause as she rattled off something to someone on her end, covering the receiver with her palm. "What's the case number?" she asked. I gave it. I heard her keyboard clacking, the faint echo of it backing up and bouncing off the tiled walls wherever she was sitting. "Okay," she said after a second. "That's from a call at the hotel name off 71. You said your name is..." I told her. More typing. A low murmur in the background, a male voice answering a question. The crackle of a police radio, some indecipherable chatter about a traffic stop. Finally, she came back. "Hold please," she said. "If he's available, I'll transfer you." The hold music was worse than the motels. Tinny violin over canned piano warped from too many years on cheap speakers. I stared at the windshields glinting in the lot and thought about hanging up. About going back inside, making myself a coffee and pretending I'd never dialed. Then the music cut out with a click. "Deputy Carson," a man's voice said. Deeper than I remembered, but with the same dry mountain country drawl. "Who am I talking to? This is..." I gave my name again. "We spoke a while back. I was the guy in room 327 at the inn off I-81. You showed me the hallway footage that night. Guy in dark clothes, tall, going in and out of my room when it was supposed to be empty." There was a beat. "Then, he said. "You were the guy with the 3I-27 footage, I remember." He sounded tired, but not confused. Not like he was reaching for a file he'd forgotten. More like something had just slid into place in his memory where it already lived. "You got a minute?" I asked. "I'm at a desk for the next half hour," he said. In the background, I heard the buzz of conversations, phones ringing, another radio barking out a dispatch code. Paper shuffled close to the receiver, a chair creaked. "What's going on?" I exhaled slowly, watched it fog in the cold air. "This is going to sound insane if you don't remember every detail from that night," I said. "But I need you to just... let me get it out." "Try me," he said. "I've heard worse than insane today already." So I told him. I walked him through the newer nights like I was retracing a route on a map, only I could see the hotel in the other state where the peephole had been half blocked and the camera feed had frozen between 2:08 and 2:15. The late-night scroll through trucker forums and Reddit, the repeated phrase I kept finding, thought this room was empty. The email from the former housekeeper, her stories about the tall man near the stairwell, the towel laid out on the carpet in my old room. Then I told him about the funeral trip, about the larger, brighter hotel with the lobby fireplace and the kids running between the couches. About the second-floor room, not at the end of the hall, not on the top floor, the compromise I'd made with my own fear. About hearing the beep and clunk next door and trying to tell myself this was different, more normal. I paused before describing the moment that mattered, but only for a second. And through the wall, I said I heard him. I heard a man say, clear as day, "It's housekeeping. Sorry. I thought this room was empty." The exact cadence, same low tone, same pause. On the other end, I could hear his keyboard stop. Just ambient station noise now, radio chatter, someone's footsteps passing by a distant phone that no one picked up for a couple rings. "You're sure that's what you heard?" he said, not doubting exactly, making sure. "If I live to be 100, I will still be sure that is what I heard," I said. It's the same line he used in my room in 327. Same line people write about online. It's not just a phrase anymore. It's a script. And now I'm hearing it in a completely different hotel near the same highway months later. He let out a breath, the kind you hear when someone leans back in a chair and runs a hand over their face. "Okay," he said quietly. "Hang on." I listened to him tap keys again. Paper rustled. A drawer slid open, then closed. "You said this latest one was also off 81, he asked. "Yes," I said. "Different exit, different chain." They checked the cameras. There's a gap. 10 minutes of a frozen shot in that hallway, while everything else in the building kept recording. He didn't answer right away. "You're not the first person to call me back from out of town about something like this," he said eventually. The words sat between us like a dropped weight. "You mean this is what a thing now?" I asked. "Something you see in other reports. I mean," he said, choosing his words like he knew someone might read them later. "We've had some incident reports up and down this corridor that rhyme with yours. Couple off 81, one off 41 way out east off 95. Different counties, different brands. They don't all land on my desk, but sometimes they get forwarded when somebody notices a pattern." He cleared his throat. "You get complaints from guests about a stranger in the room," he went on. "Sometimes they say he claimed to be housekeeping. Sometimes he says nothing. They describe a tall male, average build, dark clothing. No distinguishing marks they can agree on because they see him in low light, and for all of 10 seconds when they're halfway between asleep and awake. And the keys, I asked. The fact he can get in at all, that part's consistent," he admitted. "Front desk swears they didn't issue a duplicate. Says no employees were on that floor. Management swears their masters are accounted for. But the locks don't open for ghosts, and they don't open themselves." Behind him, a police radio popped and hissed some dispatcher reciting a plate number. Someone laughed at a joke on the far side of the room, the sound muffled by distance and cheap walls. "You have a file," I said, "don't you?" There was a long enough pause that I thought the call had dropped. Then his chair squeaked again. "We've got a few files," he said. "Locally, regionally. Nothing with enough meat on it to put a real name to. Couple of agencies swap notes when we see the same variables. Electronic access to rooms that are supposed to be empty. Guests waking to find a stranger going through their belongings. Minimal theft, small stuff missing sometimes, but not always. No assaults on paper because the guy is gone in 10 seconds when somebody yells. Couple of missing persons that happen to overlap with weird hotel calls, but we can't tie those directly to anything." He flipped a page, the crisp sound of it catching against the phone. "What we've got is phrases like possible use of stolen master key and unknown suspect familiar with multiple properties," he said. "What we don't have is a clear shot of his face, a plate, a name, or a pattern that a prosecutor would risk their reputation on. So you just wait for the next incident," I said. The cold was seeping through my jacket now. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, looking out over the lot like something might be standing between the rows of cars watching me talk about him. "We respond when called," he said. "We take statements. We pull footage. We write it up. Some folks don't even bother reporting. They check out, leave an angry review, chalk it up to creepy hotel vibes. He let that hang, then added more quietly, "Some of us keep an informal pile of those reports in the bottom drawer." "You?" I asked. "Me and a couple others," he said. "We're not supposed to chase ghosts. We get told that a lot, but I've been around long enough to know not everything that doesn't fit. Clean in a report isn't real." The wind shifted in the lot, rattling a stray fast food bag against the curb. I tucked my free hand into my pocket, felt my fingers curl around my car keys. The little metal teeth dug into my skin, grounding and useless at the same time. "Is there anything you can actually do with what I'm telling you?" I asked. "The housekeeper's email, the other hotels, the line, the camera glitches. I can add your statement to our case file," he said. "I can reach out to the department where that last hotel is and let them know it lines up with prior reports. Maybe it makes someone take it a little more seriously. Maybe it doesn't." "That's it?" I asked, more sharply than I meant to. He didn't bristle. If anything, his voice softened a notch. "Look," he said. "What you're describing, it's not nothing. It's also not a pattern the way TV makes it look. This isn't some guy leaving playing cards on bodies. This is somebody who understands hotel systems and knows how to live in the gaps. He uses stolen or cloned masters, maybe his own programmer. He likes top floors, ends of halls, rooms people think no one else knows about." He hesitated, the next words coming out heavier. "And if he's paying attention to who complains," the deputy added, "if he's smart enough to keep using the same line and the same hours, he's smart enough to remember names, faces, travel patterns." A police radio crackled something urgent in the background. I heard someone call Carson from somewhere off to the side. He half covered the receiver, muffling his answer, then came back. "What does that mean?" I asked, even though I knew. "It means," he said slowly, "if he knows you now, your name, the kind of routes you drive, the chains your company puts you in, he doesn't have to find hotels randomly anymore." The words went through me like cold water. "He can look for you," the deputy finished. "Not a hotel. You." We were both quiet for a moment after that. The sound of the world filled in around the edges, cars, radios, the low murmur of people doing their jobs inside and out. "I don't say that to scare you," he added. "I say it so you understand why I'm telling you this next part. Document everything. If it happens again, if you hear that line anywhere near you, if you notice your lock doing something, it shouldn't you call local law enforcement right away, and you call us. Ask for me if I'm still here. Don't just post about it online and move on." "Okay," I said. My voice sounded thin. And maybe he said, "You think about changing your routines. Different routes. Different brands. Maybe not so much loyalty to the same corridors. You think that'll actually help?" I asked. "I think making yourself a harder pattern to follow never hurts," he said. "But I also think some people are good at finding the cracks in any system." Someone called his name again, louder this time. His chair scraped back. "I've got a roll," he said. "I'll log this. You did the right thing calling." "Did I asked. "Yeah," he said. "It's better when someone says it out loud. Makes it harder for everybody else to pretend this is just bad dreams and bad locks." The line clicked off a moment later, leaving me alone in the parking lot, phone cooling in my hand, my own reflection, staring back at me in the car window. Behind my shoulder, in that faint, warped mirror image, the office doors and their access panel blinked with a little green light every time someone badged in. Beep. Clunk. For the first time, I wondered if he had ever stood outside a building like this in the middle of the afternoon, watching someone who didn't know he was real talk about him to a stranger on the phone. 6. 2. How a master key actually works. I wish I could say I let that phone call sit, that I heard the deputy's warning, took it to heart, and then went back to living something like a normal life, only a little more careful about deadbolts and room choices. That would be a better story, maybe. Cleaner. Instead, a couple of days later, I called him back, just to ask how a piece of plastic and a small rectangle of metal could rearrange my brain like this. He picked up on the second ring this time. "Carson," he said, voice a little more distracted, like he was halfway through a report. "It's me again," I said, giving my name before he had to ask. "From 327. He made a small sound that might have been a humorless chuckle. "You're making a habit of calling out of my county," he said. "What's on your mind? I know this is not your job," I said, "but I keep thinking about what you said. About master keys and programmers. I realized I don't actually understand how any of it works. I've been sleeping behind these things for years, and they might as well be magic." He was quiet for a beat. In the background, I heard the faint scrape of his chair as he leaned back, a pen clicking twice between his fingers. Somewhere farther away, through thin walls or open windows, a truck rolled by on the county road, that long, low rush of tires on asphalt, coming through the line like white noise. "You want the technical horror version," he said finally. "Yeah," I said. "That sounds about right." "All right," he sighed. "Short version is, hotel locks are just computers that pretend to be doors. You've got three main pieces: the lock on the door, the encoder at the desk, and the cards in between." He settled into it, then the way people do when they get to talk about a system they hate but understand. "Your standard guest card," he said, "is just a little strip or chip we tell the encoder. This one's for room 219 good, from check-in time today until 11 a.m. on this date. The card doesn't even know your name. It just carries that little packet of instructions. You touch it to the lock checks the code, and if the times match up, it pops open. That's all." "And the master?" I asked. "The master is the skeleton key of the digital age," he said. "Same kind of card, different flag set. Instead of one room, it's all rooms. Sometimes it's all rooms on one floor or all the rooms above a certain number depending on how they program it. Maintenance has one. Security has one. Management has one. In theory, they're locked down, tracked, signed for." He let the pen click again. I could see it in my head now, his hand opening and closing around the plastic, the motion as much habit as nervous tick. In practice, he went on. "You're dealing with people who make $9 an hour on an overnight shift, and managers who don't want to spend money unless someone's bleeding in the lobby. Keys get lost. Cards walk away. Programmers go missing for a day and come back like nothing happened." "That's what the housekeeper said," I murmured. "About the handheld encoder." "Yeah, that tracks," he said. "If you have access to an encoder for even one night and you know what you're doing, you can clone a master. Make your own. While everybody else thinks the original just fell behind a file cabinet and will turn up eventually." "What about when someone gets fired?" I asked. "That maintenance guy she mentioned, or somebody at the desk." "In a perfect world," he said, "locks get reprogrammed. Masters get wiped, codes get rolled. But these aren't smart homes in some gated community. Half the properties on those corridors are running on systems older than some of the kids at the front desk. They do the bare minimum. Reissue a few cards, change a couple of passwords, tell themselves the guy they cut loose isn't going to drive back 3 weeks later at 3 in the morning with a grudge and a pocket full of plastic. The image of a former employee name tag tossed polo shirt replaced with a dark jacket standing in a parking lot under a sodium light, flipping a stolen encoder on and off in his hand, slid unwelcome into my mind. And the room status, I asked. How would he know which ones to hit? "That's the part that keeps me up more than the locks, if I'm honest," he said. Most chains use some kind of property management system, big centralized software. Front desk types in a name, assigns a room system, marks it occupied. When housekeeping cleans and reports it, they mark it ready. When someone checks out, it goes vacant. He paused, paper rustling close to the mic. You saw that list the housekeeper told you about, he added. Printed forecast, rooms circled, notes about likely empty. That information is supposed to stay behind the desk, but it's just numbers on a screen. Any manager can print it. Any clerk can glance at it. Any contractor helping with the system for one night can see the whole week at a glance. So if he got access once, I said slowly, he wouldn't have to guess. Exactly, Carson said. He doesn't need to know whether a Mr. Smith or a Ms. Johnson is behind a particular door. He just needs to know which doors are in use, which ones aren't, and which ones have just one name on the reservation. Business travels alone. Families leave too much noise and too many witnesses. In the background, another car went by on that county road, a short burst of engine noise fading into the flat hiss of the open line. His chair creaked again as he leaned forward. I'm not saying he's definitely some ex-employee, he added. But whoever he is, he understands how the system thinks. That's almost worse. Almost, I echoed. He must have heard something in my voice because he shifted into examples like he was trying to prove to both of us that this wasn't all in my head. Couple months before your incident, he said we had a call off I-40. Different county, but they sent us the footage because the suspect description rang a bell for somebody over there. Long-haul trucker woke up, laptop gone, a couple of cables unplugged, neat. No broken lock, no forced entry, deadbolt wasn't thrown. He swore he always throws the bolt. But he checked in, tired, alone, top floor, last room by the stairwell. Of course, I said. And sometime between 1 and 3 a.m., somebody let themselves in unplugged, only what they wanted, and left. The hallway camera shows a figure in dark clothes walking from his door to the stairwell. No clear face, no card. Just a person who knows exactly how long it takes for drunk guys and exhausted drivers to hit deep sleep. He shuffled another page. Different case, he went on. Woman staying at a mid-range brand off 95. Whole different chain. She wakes up around 2, thinks somebody's been in her suitcase. Clothes moved around, toiletry bag unzipped. Nothing missing though. Not $1. Not a ring. Hotel tells her she probably did it half asleep. She insists she didn't. Later, when we pull the lock log, we see a generic staff card registering at her door at 1:58 in the morning. Manager swears nobody from their team was on her floor at that time. How is that possible, I asked. Because the system doesn't care whose hand is holding the card, he said. It just reads the strip. If the card says staff full access, the log writes staff full access. There's no field for doesn't actually work here anymore. He let that sit for a second, then added, and not every property even checks their logs unless someone like me makes them. Half the time, management wants it to be a nightmare, because that's easier than admitting the door did exactly what it was told. My mouth had gone dry. I swallowed the sound loud to my own ears. What about theft, I asked. Does he always take something? That's the thing, Carson said, and his voice shifted, then dropping into a register that told me this was the part that bothered him the most. He doesn't always. Sometimes there's a laptop or a wallet missing. Sometimes it's just a charger. But a lot of these calls, the guest wakes up, sees their bag open or the closet door cracked, gets that gut feeling someone's been there, and when they check, everything is still there. Why go in at all, then, I asked. Could be he's looking for something specific, he said. Could be he gets interrupted. Could be he just wants to stand there and watch people sleep for a minute or two, and then leave without leaving a mark. There was a long pause. I could hear him tapping his pen against the desk, a soft, irregular tick-tick-tick that made me think of the clock on my own wall at home. Honestly, he said quietly, the creepiest ones are when nothing is taken. Those are the ones I lose sleep over. The words landed in the space between us like a stone dropped in deep water, sending ripples through everything we'd already said. Because that was the part that tied my nights together too. My wallet had still been in my jeans on the chair. My laptop had been where I left it. The woman next door still had all her stuff. The trucker had lost a machine and some files. Other people had woken up to nothing more tangible than a disturbed zipper and air that felt wrong. If he wasn't in it for money, and he wasn't in a hurry to hurt anyone while they were awake, then the only thing he was taking most of the time was the part of your brain that believes a locked door means you're alone. A radio crackled on his end, louder this time, a dispatcher rattling off a location I didn't catch. His chair squeaked as he stood. "I've got to go," he said. But that's how it works, more or less. Not magic, just a system somebody decided to learn too well. He hesitated, then added, "And before you ask, no, there's no way for you to tell from the outside whether the master that opened your room came from a legitimate board or some knockoff programmer in someone's glove compartment." "I figured," I said. "Just keep doing what you're doing," he said. "Document call, don't ignore the little stuff. And remember, these locks are only as safe as the people who hold the masters." When the call ended, I stood in the office parking lot, listening to my own car, cooling in the sun metal, ticking as it shed heat. A delivery truck rumbled past on the side road windows, rattling in their frames. Someone's key fob chirped twice across the lot, unlocking another vehicle with that neat, cheerful sound. Beep, clunk, something on the far side of the world obeying a tiny piece of plastic because that was what it had been told to do. 6-3, the call that made it personal. It did not happen in a hotel. That might be the only reason I am still able to tell this like a story and not like a police statement. It happened in the one place I had started to think of as a kind of firewall, our little house with its old front door and its stubborn deadbolt and its terrible insulation. It was a Thursday night, nothing special. My girlfriend was on the couch under a blanket, half watching some reality show where a couple argued about backsplash tile. I was at the kitchen table with my laptop open, pretending to finish a spreadsheet I'd brought home from work, and actually just alt-tabbing between it and a travel calendar for the next quarter. The fridge kicked on with its usual low groan, vibrating the magnets just enough that one of our takeout menus slid sideways. Outside, a car rolled past, slow headlights brushing the blinds and then moving on. The clock over the stove said 9:43 p.m. The house had that lived-in hum of a place that has seen the same routine a lot of nights in a row. My phone was face down next to the laptop, the way it always is when I'm trying to convince myself I'm focusing. When it buzzed, the vibration against the wood made the fork in the empty dinner plate rattle. I flipped it over without thinking, expecting a spam call or some app notification. The screen showed an unfamiliar number. No name, just 10 digits. The area code made my stomach tighten. I recognized it. It belonged to a state with a stretch of I-81 that I knew too well. I should have let it go to voicemail. That's the part I keep replaying. If I had ignored it, maybe this would still all be about hotel corridors and bad locks and the kind of man who likes staying just off camera. Instead, I swiped to answer. "Hello?" There was a half second of dead air. Not the robot pause you get with telemarketers, but the sensation of someone on the other end of a real line, adjusting the phone to their ear, deciding exactly how much of themselves to bring into your night. Then a man's voice said very calmly, "Is this my full name?" He didn't butcher the last name the way strangers usually do. He got it right on the first try. Yeah, I said, my mouth suddenly dry. Who's this? He ignored the question completely. I heard you like to talk to the cops about hotels, he said. In the living room, the TV audience laughed at something. My girlfriend shifted under her blanket, engrossed. The dishwasher hummed under the counter. All the sounds of normal life kept going oblivious, while my heart dropped into some colder, smaller part of my chest. Who is this? I asked again. He chuckled softly. Not a big laugh. A private one, like he'd just watched someone step on the exact stair he knew would creak. Deputy Carson, he said from down in County Name. Nice guy. Hard worker. You two have been having some long-distance chats. There was something in his tone, a kind of casual familiarity I hated instantly. Like he was talking about sports scores instead of incident reports. My free hand clenched under the table. My eyes flicked to the caller ID again. The number was still there, but the name field was empty. Just digits and that area code like a little map icon. I'm hanging up if you don't tell me who this is, I said. He let the threat roll past him like it was part of the script. There was a faint scraping sound on his end of the line, like a chair leg dragged across tile, followed by the soft, distant ding of an elevator bell. You fly with my company's name, right? He asked instead. Or do you still make them pay mileage when you drive? I hear you prefer to drive. I get that. Highways make more sense than airports. My grip on the phone tightened. My mind started doing the ugly math of the internet age, how much of that he could have pulled from a social media profile, from a LinkedIn entry, from leaked corporate emails, and how much required him to be standing somewhere with a roster, a schedule, a list. We're done, I said. Lose this number. I also hear you had a good time in Roanoke, he went on as if I hadn't spoken. And in that little city off 40. And at the funeral hotel, nice lobby there. Fireplace ice machine that never stops. As he said the word ice, I heard it in the background of his call, a very faint, familiar sound. The hollow dumping and grinding of an ice maker, cycling indistinct, but unmistakable if you've walked past enough hotel alcoves late at night. It was followed by the soft murmur of a TV in the distance, and the faint hiss of an HVAC system, moving too much air through too small a space. Wherever he was, it echoed. High ceilings, hard surfaces, a lobby or something very much like one. You don't know what you're talking about, I said, but my voice had lost its edge. It came out too soft. See, that's the thing, he said. I know exactly what I'm talking about. You've been making a little project out of me. Talking to that deputy, poking managers, reading your scary stories online at 2 a.m. Circling exits on Google Maps like you're the only one who's ever driven those roads. I didn't remember telling Carson about the map. Not in those exact words. I tried to reconstruct my own calls, what I'd said, what he might have written down, what could be sitting in a manila folder in some unlocked drawer in a small county building. How did you get this number, I asked. You gave it to the sheriff's office, remember, he said easily. That's the problem with trying to hide behind other people's security. They write everything down. Another background sound bled through the line, then the soft, two-tone beep of a keycard reader somewhere near his phone, followed by a muted clunk and the low rush of a door opening and closing. He didn't react to it at all. It was just part of the soundtrack of wherever he was spending his evening. You're not supposed to have access to that file, I said, or any of this. Supposed to is a funny phrase for a man who knows how many doors open when they're not supposed to, he said. Think of it as professional curiosity. I stood up without realizing it, the chair legs scraping against the kitchen tile. My girlfriend glanced back, saw me on the phone, and gave me a questioning look. I forced a tight smile and pointed at the screen like it was just some annoying work call. She rolled her eyes in sympathy and turned back to her show. My pulse was in my throat now. What do you want? I asked, keeping my voice low. Want? He sounded genuinely amused. I don't want anything from you. You're the one who seems to want something from me. A name. A neat ending to your little research project. He let that hang for a second. I don't like cops, he added conversationally. Never have. But I really don't like it when people who aren't even being paid to pretend to care start connecting dots I've gone to some trouble to scatter. You think calling me is going to scare me into what I asked, never leaving my house again. Never staying in a hotel, I think calling you. He said is going to remind you of something your deputy friend tried to tell you. The pattern stopped being random the second you put your name on a report. There was a rustle on his end, like fabric shifting footsteps on hard floor. Another elevator ding chimed somewhere behind him, slightly distorted by distance. The murmur of voices rose and fell, too indistinct to make out words, but clear enough to place. He was in public, in a building, listening to other people go about their night. Who is this? I said again, because it was the only question that mattered, and the one I knew he would never answer. He didn't disappoint. He laughed, a small, breathy sound that did not belong to any particular region or age. Then, in that same calm tone I'd heard in my room and through a hotel wall, and in the stories I'd read on my laptop, he said I thought those rooms were empty. He let the sentence sit there between us, familiar now in the worst way, like an inside joke that had finally come home. Before I could say anything else, the line went dead. Not a click like he'd hung up, not the chime you get when a call drops because you've gone out of range. Just a sudden, absolute silence, my own reflection staring back at me from the black screen. The number that had been there a moment ago flickered and then changed mid-refresh to no caller ID. No recent calls? No contact. Like my phone had decided it was safer for both of us if it pretended the last 5 minutes hadn't happened. In the living room, the audience on TV laughed again. Someone on the show exclaimed about grout. My girlfriend asked everything okay without looking away from the screen. Yeah, I lied automatically. Wrong number. I set the phone down on the table very carefully, like it might explode if I dropped it. My hand left a faint sweat print on the wood. Out in the hallway, the old house creaked as the temperature shifted, wood settling in its frame. The sound wasn't anything like a hotel corridor. No ice machine, no keycard beeps, no far-off elevator chime, but my brain supplied them anyway, phantom noises layered over the familiar ones. He was right about one thing, the pattern wasn't random to me anymore. It had my name on it now. 701 confession from a desk under a lamp right now. As I am typing this, I am in another hotel room. Different city, different chain, different carpet pattern, same basic box. If you froze the video and took away the brand logo on the little notepad by the phone, you probably would not be able to tell this room apart from half the places off half the exits I have slept in over the last decade. That is kind of the point. They are all designed to blur together. It is how they hide. The desk I am sitting at is the fake wood kind they put in mid-range business hotels. The veneer is peeling a little at the corner, where someone once clipped it with their suitcase. The lamp above it throws a warm yellow cone onto the keyboard and leaves the edges of the room in soft shadow. My laptop is old enough that the fan kicks on whenever I type more than a few sentences in a row, a constant soft whir from the left side that does nothing to drown out the rest of the room. The digital alarm clock on the nightstand behind me says 12:40 a.m. Outside the window, through a gap in the blackout curtains, I can see a slice of the parking lot. There are 3 pickup trucks, 1 box truck with a faded logo I cannot read from here, and a couple of compact cars with out-of-state plates. The whole lot is washed in the flat orange of sodium vapor lights. Every now and then, a moth flutters suicidally against the glass drawn to the reflection it thinks is the moon. The HVAC unit under the window has its own rhythm. It rattles to life with a low, dusty cough, pushes out a stream of cold, slightly chemical air, then shuts off with a click that is just loud enough to make me lift my hands off the keys for half a second. For the moment, I have it set to fan, only trying to keep some consistent sound in the room so the small noises do not jump out as sharply. There is an ice machine at the end of the hallway on this floor. I know that not because I went exploring, but because I can hear it. That hollow, grinding cycle it goes through every so often, the clunk and crash of cubes dropping into an empty bin. It is not loud exactly, but it travels through the wall like a memory. If you have ever stayed somewhere long enough to walk down a corridor in your socks at 2 a.m, to fill a flimsy plastic bucket, you know the sound I am talking about. I could have written this at home. That would probably have been smarter, but that is not how this kind of story works, is it? If you are listening to this on a horror channel, you already know that most of the ones that stick with you are told from somewhere that is not safe yet. The narrator is still in it. They are sitting under some buzzing light, in a place they would rather not be trying to get it all out before the next thing happens. So that is what I am doing. I am not sending this to the police. I did that already in their way. I called the sheriff's office. I gave statements. I watched deputies in polyester uniforms fast forward and rewind grainy footage, while a hotel manager hovered nearby, more worried about liability than whatever was actually moving through his building at night. I have passed the thresholds of what evidence means. What they want is a clear shot of a face, a license plate, an ID left behind by mistake. They want something that fits into a box with a label and an eventual court date. What I have is a pattern of locks and noises and lines spoken in the dark that nobody can quite prove belongs to the same person. What I have is a handful of nights where nothing technically happened, and my whole idea of what a door is for changed anyway. That is why I am telling you this instead. People who run horror channels and people who listen to them at 1 a.m. in their kitchens or bedrooms, or yes, in hotel rooms, are used to hearing the small details. You notice the way somebody describes the smell of a hallway, or the exact time on a clock when the house went quiet, or the particular way a voice sounds when it is trying very hard to be casual. You know how to sit with a story that does not end in an arrest or a jump scare made of CGI blood. The little things matter here. They are all I have. Right now, the little things look like this. There is a cheap hotel pen lying in front of me, white plastic with the logo in blue. Every time I glance up from the screen, I see it sitting on the pad that says, "How can we make your stay more comfortable?" And think about all the ways that question is too late. There is a narrow gap under the door to the hallway. The strip of light from outside is a pale line across the carpet, enough to tell me when someone walks past, because their shadow breaks it for a second. I have not seen that shadow move in a while, but I keep checking. The door itself has the full modern set keycard lock, deadbolt metal swing bar. I have all of them engaged. I got in the habit of that a long time ago. I also moved the desk chair after I sat down. It is angled now so that one leg is touching the door, not enough to stop it, but enough that if it shifts, I will feel it through the floor. My girlfriend is not here on this trip. This one is just me. Out-of-state training, 3 days in a conference room with bad coffee and too cold air conditioning, followed by 3 nights in yet another anonymous room paid for by a company that cares more about the receipt than the fire exits. She wanted to come make a little vacation out of it, but after the last few trips, I told her no. I told her I wanted her to keep thinking of hotels as boring. The truth, the part I am putting down here because I cannot say it out loud to her yet, is that I did not want him hearing her voice by accident through the wall. I know how that sounds. If you have not been following every step, it probably sounds like paranoia. If you have made it this far, you know it is something else. You know, there was a night when I woke up to a stranger standing in the dark over my bag, and he claimed to be housekeeping and claimed to think my room was empty. You know, there was a different night when I heard that same line through a thin wall directed at someone else's breathless fear instead of mine. You know that one of the deputies who took my report told me in a tired voice over a crackling county phone line that there is an open file somewhere with a stack of hotel incident reports that would look like ghost stories if you did not know what a master key encoder is. You know, there is a former housekeeper who wrote to me from 3 states away to say she moved because she started hearing a keycard beep at her apartment door when there was no reader there. You know, I answered a phone call in my own kitchen and heard elevator chimes and ice machines behind a man who knew my name and my roots and my habit of calling police stations from far away. All of that is sitting in the room with me while I write this as surely as the rolling chair and the ice bucket and the TV bolted to the wall. The keyboard makes a particular sound in this room. A hollow plastic clatter that gets swallowed by the carpet and the bedspread and the heavy curtains. Between bursts of typing, the silence stretches out, and I hear the building breathe the soft thump of a door closing on another floor. The faint thud of footsteps somewhere above me, a toilet flushing in a diagonal line from where I am sitting. The HVAC clicks off. For a moment, the room is too quiet. The kind of quiet that is not really quiet at all, because you can hear yourself thinking things you do not want to. I hear the ice machine grinding down the hall. I hear my own fingers hesitating over the keys. I hear in memory that clean electronic beep of a lock accepting a card that should not exist. I am not writing this because I think telling it will make him stop. I am not naive enough for that anymore. Men like him do not retire because someone on the internet recognizes their catchphrase. I am writing this because there is a good chance you are listening to it somewhere with a door like mine. Maybe you are at home. Maybe you are in your car parked in a lot outside a rest stop. Maybe you are in a hotel room lying on a bed that has too many pillows, with your phone on your chest and your own hallway just beyond a strip of light under your door. If you know what that feels like, you understand why I am sitting here under this yellow lamp at this cheap desk at 12:40 in the morning in another city, choosing to tell strangers on a horror channel what happened instead of pretending it all fits neatly inside a case file. Because whatever name ends up on that file, if it ever does, will not change the way the sound of a keycard and a polite voice can rearrange a night. 7.2. Real-time sounds outside my door. I did not start hearing anything strange during this trip right away. The first night here was just the usual too much highway, too much coffee, not enough patience for a strange mattress. I checked the locks, counted the towels, watched something forgettable on TV until my eyes burned, and finally slid into a light, unsatisfying sleep with the AC humming like a box of bees. The second night, I opened the laptop. I told myself I was just going to outline. Maybe write the part about the first hotel, get it out of my head in the neat, past tense way stories allow. But once my fingers started moving, the words came in longer stretches. One paragraph turned into a page. One page became a whole chapter broken into neat little headings like 1.1 and 1.2, as if naming the pieces would keep them from spreading. By the time I reached the parts about Roanoke and the return trip for the funeral, the digital clock on the nightstand said 12:15 a.m. The hallway outside had gone mostly quiet. I could still hear the occasional elevator ding in the distance, the soft whoosh of its doors, opening and closing somewhere down the line. Every so often, footsteps passed my door, sometimes fast and purposeful, sometimes the slow shuffle of someone who'd misjudged how much they could drink at the little lobby bar. I wrote through it. It was easy at first to treat those sounds as background, ordinary hotel noises, the audio track all these places share. When I started typing the section where I woke at 2:17 a.m. in that first room, the AC dead quiet, and the TV washing the walls in light, the unit under my window here was humming. Steadily fan on low thermostat set a few degrees cooler than home. I tabbed down, wrote the line about how that particular silence felt wrong, how I knew the room too well by then to believe the system had just cycled off for no reason. The moment I hit the period at the end of that sentence, the blower in my current room clicked off. Not the slow wind down of a unit reaching its target temperature. A sharp, abrupt cut. 1 second there was a cushion of sound between me and the rest of the building. The next, it was gone. The quiet that followed had weight. I sat there for a second, fingers hovering over the keys, listening. It could have been coincidence. It probably was. These systems are on timers, thermostats, invisible patterns. I reminded myself that if you write long enough at night in enough hotel rooms, you're going to line up with at least one of them. Still, I did not like how loud the little noises became without the fan. The soft tick of the digital clock changing minutes. The faint buzz of the lamp. The tiny plastic clatter of each key as I pressed it. Somewhere at the end of the hall, the ice machine cycled. The hollow grinding and clunking made its way down the vent like distant thunder. I almost got up then to turn the AC back on just to have something filling the space. Instead, I told myself what I have told myself a lot lately: keep writing. Because if I stop writing, then all I have left is listening. So I went back to it. I finished the paragraph about the figure in my first room, about the way his outline blocked the TV glow and how his voice stayed level when he lied about housekeeping. I wrote the part about the deputy showing me the footage about the way the man lifted his face toward the camera, like he knew exactly where it was. I wrote about the second hotel, the funeral, the thin wall, the woman's scream. I was in the middle of describing her words. He said he thought the room was empty when I heard the first new sound in this building. It started as a faint vibration in the floor, barely more than a tremor through the cheap desk and the chair under me. Then it resolved into something more specific, a wheel turning over carpet that did not want it to move. A low, rubbery roll punctuated by a periodic squeak, like one stubborn caster was catching on every seam. A cart, a housekeeping cart. The kind with a metal frame and too many shelves and a soft bag on one side for used linens. The kind I have watched roll up and down hallways all my adult life, without ever really hearing it as a threat, until a housekeeper emailed me from 3 states away to say she'd seen a man standing in an empty room with a towel on the floor. I checked the time without meaning to. 12:37 a.m. Housekeeping is not supposed to be working this late. Even in full-service hotels, they taper off around 10:11 at most. On this trip, I'd seen the cleaning staff heading to the elevators around 4 in the afternoon, carts, half-empty radios clipped to their belts, ready to go home. But the sound was unmistakable. Roll, squeak, roll, squeak. It moved slowly, like whoever was pushing it had nowhere in particular to be. It came down the hall from the elevator side, the noise getting louder by degrees, the way a storm approaches in the distance. I stopped typing. My fingers hovered over the keys, frozen mid-word. The instinct to get up and look through the peephole hit me hard. So did the memory of pressing my eye to glass in a dozen different buildings and seeing nothing but patterned carpet and empty air, as if the whole world had reset in the seconds between a sound and my own motion. I did not get up. I made myself sit still, jaw-clenched, eyes on the laptop screen, but not really seeing the words. The cart rolled closer. Roll, squeak, roll, squeak. The wheel that squeaked had a rhythm to it, now a little hesitation in the sound, like it was snagging on the same spot over and over. I could picture it, one busted caster grinding against the pile of the carpet, leaving a faint track nobody would notice in the morning. It passed the room across from me if my mental map was right. The strip of light under my door brightened for a second, then dimmed as something large moved through it. Then abruptly, the sound stopped. Not in front of my room, not directly at my door the way my stomach had been bracing for, slightly beyond, slightly to the right, in front of the room next to mine. For a moment there was nothing but that thick, false silence that hotel hallways get when everybody has either gone to sleep or given up on it. My ears rang with the absence of the rolling and the squeaking. The laptop fan sounded too loud, too eager. Then I heard it breathing. At first I thought it was my own. I forced myself to listen more carefully, to pay attention to the pace, the depth. Mine was shallow, fast, tight in my chest. This was different, slower, heavier. It had a weight to it, a slight whistle on the inhale, like someone was trying very hard to keep quiet and not quite succeeding. It was coming from beyond my wall, from the hallway side. Not inside the next room, not yet. Outside it. I angled my head slightly, as if that would change the way sound travels through drywall. My eyes went to the wall socket, to the generic framed print hanging between the bed and the door, stupid pastel landscape doing nothing to disguise how thin what separated us from next door really was. The breath continued, drawn and released in measured, almost deliberate cycles. A full inhale, a slow exhale, another. Like someone standing very still, just out of sight. One hand on a cart handle, the other maybe hovering near a keycard pocket. I looked at the door again. The security latch was still set. The deadbolt was still thrown. The chair leg touching the bottom edge remained pressed there, a small, ridiculous brace against the entire concept of access. Out in the hallway, no one knocked. No housekeeping voice called out service in a bored tone. No guest laughed or cursed or asked who was there. I heard something else instead, a layered set of sounds that my mind is still trying to separate. The faintest metallic clink, like a keyring shifting on a belt. The soft creak of a cart handle being adjusted. The drag of a shoe pivoting slightly on carpet. And underneath it, all that breathing just loud enough that I could imagine the condensation it would leave on glass if there were any in front of it. I let my fingers drop back to the keys because I did not know what else to do. Every instinct said to pick up the phone, hit 0 again, whisper something to the front desk. Every logical part of me knew how that conversation would go. The night clerk would check a log, insist housekeeping had clocked out hours ago, pull up a camera feed that might or might not show anything useful. I stayed where I was. I started typing again slowly, this time each word a small act against the urge to just sit and listen to the hallway until something happened. In the story on the screen, I wrote about a different hallway, a different night, a different neighbor. In the room on the other side of a very real, very thin wall, a cart sat still, and someone I could not see filled the air with the sound of their measured breaths. As I finished the sentence on the laptop, I heard someone else breathing right outside her door, and it sounded exactly like the heavy, slow breathing I heard from inside the first room, a small, familiar electronic tone cut through the plaster. A keycard beep. Not at my lock, at the one next door. The clunk that followed was muted, a soft shift of metal in a frame I had never seen. Everything in me went very still. The cursor on the screen blinked, waiting for the next word. For a long moment, the only thing that moved in that room was the little black line appearing and disappearing at the end of a sentence that had just started to happen again in real time, 10 feet and one wall away. 7, 3. The cold ending if your room is not empty. The keycard at the room next door beeped. I sat there and listened to the soft metal shift of their lock accepting it, the door opening just enough to let a sliver of that flat hallway light slide in, and then nothing I could prove. Just the muffled suggestion of movement, the small sounds that mean a person has crossed from the public side of a door to the private one. I did not hear a scream this time. No raised voice, no furniture hitting a wall. Just a short, low murmur that could have been greeting or protest, or a half-awake question. Then the quiet swallowed it. The cursor blinked at the end of my last sentence like a pulse. I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Long enough for the HVAC to try to decide if it wanted to come back on, and then give up. Long enough for my right hand to start trembling on the keyboard, my fingers hovering over the letters like they were hanging over a ledge. Eventually, the cart started rolling again. Roll, squeak, roll, squeak. The sound moved away from my door toward the far end of the hall. The squeak faded, swallowed by distance, by carpet, by whatever else lives in the dead zone of a hotel corridor after midnight. Somewhere out there, an elevator dinged softly. Doors opened, closed. Lives went on in little identical rectangles stacked over each other. I breathed again. I told myself that was enough. That was close enough. I did not need to know anything more about what had just happened on the other side of my wall to finish what I started. So I kept writing. I wrote about the deputy telling me the pattern stopped being random when he learned my name. I wrote about the housekeeper who moved 3 states away and still hears beeps at doors that don't have readers. I wrote about the phone call in my kitchen where the man with no name quoted my own reports back to me and let me hear ice machines and elevator bells behind him, like he was giving me a tour. I wrote until my neck hurt and my eyes burned, and the clock on the nightstand flipped from 1:09 to 1:10, and then to 1:11, each change a small plastic click. I was somewhere in the paragraph where I started talking directly to you about where you might be, about whether there is a door like mine somewhere near you when it happened. The AC was off again. The room had that thick, padded quiet of deep night, the kind that makes you feel like you're underwater. My fingers were moving faster, driven partly by momentum and partly by a new, stupid superstition. If I can just get to the end, if I can just push all of this into a file with a title and a word count, maybe it will be something I own instead of something that owns me. Then from my door right here, less than 10 feet from where I am sitting now, I heard it. Beep. Clean, high, unmistakable. The specific, polite tone this brand's locks make when you present them with something they accept without question. Then, the heavier clunk of metal unseating inside the frame. The handle turned. I watched it move. Not a hallucination. Not a memory. The lever dipped a fraction of an inch, just enough to make the internal mechanism test itself against the deadbolt I had thrown earlier. The whole door shifted a hair in its hinges as pressure came from the hallway side, then stopped arrested by that solid bar of metal buried in the strike plate. There was no knock, no housekeeping voice, no drunk guest saying the wrong room number. Just the steady, patient weight of someone who already knew this lock would give them anything they asked for on another night in another room. The handle stayed in that half-turned position for a slow count of 3. Then it eased back up. Whoever was on the other side did not immediately walk away. I know that because I could hear it, the faint scuff of a shoe adjusting on carpet. The almost imperceptible exhale of breath. The sensation, not in my ears, but in my skin, that someone was standing inches from the wood, listening as hard as I was. I did not get up. I did not go to the peephole. I did not touch the phone. I put both hands back on the keyboard. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I hear it too. I should call the front desk. I should call whatever local department covers this exit and ask for their night shift. I should pack my bag with shaking hands, drag it past whoever or whatever is in that hallway, and leave this room without looking back until the hotel sign is nothing but a red smear in my rearview mirror. I know all of that. But if you are hearing this, it means I chose to finish this story instead. I am not saying that is the smart choice. I am saying it is the one I made. Because here is what the deputy never said out loud, but everything he told me implied there will always be another hallway, another lock, another manager who does not want to reboot the entire system because some night clerk and a frightened guest are convinced they heard something no camera wants to record. I am not going to stop him with this. I am not going to outsmart a man who has been living in the gaps between guest check-ins and maintenance rounds and housekeeping carts for longer than most of us have been thinking about hotel safety at all. What I can do sitting here under this cheap lamp with the deadbolt holding and the chair leg touching the bottom of the door and the cursor blinking at the end of this line is leave you with the pattern. It looks like this a cheaper room, or at least an unremarkable one. Could be a chain off an interstate, could be an older property in a small city where nobody looks too closely at IDs after midnight. A hallway that has emptied out enough that you can hear your own footsteps in it. Locks that depend on cards and encoders and systems designed by people who have never had to sleep in the rooms themselves. A keycard beep at a door that has already been locked from the inside. Yours or one you can hear through the wall. Sometimes the voice comes from the dark, inside the room, near the suitcase you thought you closed. Sometimes it comes from the doorway backlit by the hall light. Sometimes it comes through the drywall, thin enough that tone and wording survive the trip. It is always calm, always just this side of polite, always slightly rehearsed. It's housekeeping, sorry. I thought this room was empty. If you are lucky, you wake up fast enough and loud enough and he leaves without touching anything you care about. If you are not, you never even know he was there. Your things get rearranged by invisible hands. Your checkout goes smoothly. The charge hits your card. You complain later about the noise from the elevator or the breakfast eggs, never once thinking about the door you trusted between you and all the other lives stacked on either side. Here is the part I keep circling back to, sitting in this room while the metal in the door cools from that attempted turn. At some point in the next few nights, you might wake up in a room like mine. Maybe not the same brand, maybe not the same exit, maybe not even the same country, but the bed will be the same kind of anonymous. The art on the walls will be the same kind of neutral. The hallway outside will carry the same cheap carpet and the same worn pattern. You will hear a beep at the door you already locked. You will open your eyes, heart pounding, wondering if it was part of a dream, if you imagined it, if the AC cycling did something weird in the vents. Your brain will offer you a dozen easy explanations, because that is its job. And when you sit up, when you look across your own dark room at the corner where your bag sits open on its little rack, you will either see absolutely nothing and spend the rest of the night trying to convince yourself that nothing is all it ever was, or you will hear a very calm voice in the dark practicing the same line he gave me. The HVAC in my room kicks back on as I type that loud enough that I flinch. The air comes out colder than before, like the system has overcorrected. The chair at the door vibrates a little with the new airflow, a tiny, meaningless shiver. On my laptop screen, a small icon appears in the corner, the upload bar for this file creeping toward completion. Somewhere in the building, the Wi-Fi router is blinking invisibly, trading my words for whatever else is passing through its circuits at this hour. When the progress hits 100%, my email client makes a cheerful little ding. It sounds wrong in the room, too bright and too happy, like a joke in a place that does not know how to laugh. If while you were listening to this, something brushed your door or your hallway went suddenly quiet, I hope your room is not one of the ones he thinks is empty.